Hello, how are we doing? We're back. There's been a patch, small one, but a patch nonetheless. They don't always disclose everything that's in their notes, but the notes was basically like we fixed the crash, I think, so we don't have to keep logging out and logging back in. Wasn't too big of an issue yesterday, thankfully, once you figure out the workaround, but nice to have it fixed. They said it was an object limit related crash, so that's all the info we got about it. Hope everybody's doing good. We're going to continue from where we left off yesterday. We need to get nitric acid up and running. That's the next component of this build, and then transfer everything over to rocket fuel. Basically, get power up and running that way. So I expect to do that in the next hour or two, even if I'm slow. And then after that, we're going to try and power on various other factories. I was thinking of trying to fix up the coal factory, because it's one or two generators are fluctuating, because a while back, when we built the SAM factory, I just pulled some of the water away from it. So I don't know why I did that and just left it that way. I guess I probably said something at the time like, oh, I'll fix it in a minute, and just never did. That's where we're at. Get the Solaris cranking. I was going to change it today, just for a little bit. I have the Surviving Mars soundtrack on. Another Paradox published game. So I thought this would be a good soundtrack. It's an hour and a half long. We'll just go through it for a bit. Nice chill city, sci-fi city builder type thing, so it's kind of, I think it'll fit. But I haven't played that game in a long time, so can't really remember the soundtrack, but I remember thinking it was good. Yeah, good game, great game. I think when I initially reviewed it, I gave it like a 7, saying like, it's okay. But then when they released, I think, 2 DLCs, they got like much better. If I recall correctly, they did like the kind of garden biome DLC, where you can create those like domes with like regenerative gardens and stuff in them, and then it became like much more interesting, I felt anyway. Would be good to go back to that sometime. Anyways, here we are. I'm back. Right, so rocket fuel. Yeah, so I turned on this factory, just wanted to see it up and running, but I think I'll actually leave it off just for a little while, and then we'll come back and turn it on later, just in the process of switching turbo over to rocket. Oh, that truck's doing shenanigans. Oh, is it going to find its way back? Almost. Nope. See you later. He'll figure it out. You know what I'd love? So one problem definitely trucks seem to have is they phase through the station. Don't know why. You know, this is obviously the bounding area for a truck station. And for whatever reason, I guess the truck wants to be like maybe right to the edge, and it always seems to phase through. I was trying to fix this myself in a different save file, and I removed like the fencing, and I just had a basic truck station on its own, and it still just like warps through it. Like nothing else around there, you know, nothing to interrupt it at all. So it'd be nice if they fixed that, you know. There's a few of these little mini things I'd like them to kind of get to. That would, in my opinion, make a big difference. It'd be nice if they could do something like that for an update like this, where it is like fixes and cosmetics and stuff, quality of life. That'd be nice. Anyways, right, let's cut the power here, and let's make our way over. Probably should have brought myself there to begin with. So for nitric acid, I actually wrote it down previous stream. We need 40 iron, 120 water, and 480 gas. We have the gas. We're obviously right next to water. That's pretty cool. From here, we can see the aluminum factory, or at least one of the stations for it. Anyway, I mean, trucks do work, so it's not really that big of a deal, but it is kind of like when you're there and you just see them messing up, it's a bit silly. And I'm noticing it be quite bad with one of the ones in my desert world, where one of the trucks is just phasing deep into the factory, and it keeps happening. And if you hop in and hop out of the truck, then it just kind of warps itself back to where it needs to be. But it's like, come on, man. I mean, it doesn't do it if you're not there, but it's like if I'm there, I see it. Plans for Easter weekend? I don't have any plans for anything ever. I'm really boring. I don't have any life. I just work every day. It's so funny, like, when I talk to someone normal, like, was talking to the vet recently, and they were like, they said something about booking a time or something, like, and if I was like, what day is it today? And they just laughed, like, and I was like, just, you know, and they were like, it's Monday morning. So I don't know. Every day is the same for me. Yeah. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, for Easter, I don't know, we bought an egg yesterday, so I'll be having some chocolate. But other than that, I'll be just working on videos and Manderloits as usual. I never have like no plans at all. I got some plans coming up. At the end of the month, I'm going to a tank museum. My buddy he booked it. It's somewhere in like Portsmouth or something, somewhere around that area in South England. And it's a 2-hour drive away, and he doesn't drive, so he's like, hey, do you want to go? And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll drive, let's go. Make a little day trip out of it. So we'll be doing that somewhere at the end of the month, so that's my, like, one plan that I have, basically, at the moment. And I think my brother is coming over to visit in, like, 2 months. So those are, like, things that are like, oh, like, something different is happening on these days. You are my life, indeed. I also just work and sleep and never plan anything. Yeah, it's not, yeah, I just don't have any plans. Like, I also just, I mean, not to be, it sounds weird to say, but I just don't have any friends. I've got, like, one friend here in England, and last time I saw him was December. I'll be seeing him again in a few weeks. But that's it. Rosie doesn't have any friends here at all. Just us and our cats, basically. And at the moment, she's trying to find a job, so we also don't really have any disposable income to just go and do much stuff. Like, we go to restaurants every now and then, but that's about it. Nothing like where you have to plan anything. When my brother comes over, I'm looking forward to it. He just had a daughter like a year ago, his first child, and you know, we're kind of planning like what could we do with her, and there's like a big aquarium and stuff to go to, so we're kind of, you know, make a good little day trip out of that. Other than that, though, we also got the apartment, or we'll hopefully be getting this apartment that we're trying to purchase in at least in 2 weeks. So we're kind of in a holding pattern until that's sorted, and then that'll be the big expense out of the way, and then we can kind of restructure and think about it. That's getting older. Yeah, no, totally. I don't mind. I'm a total introvert. I love being on my own. Like, I enjoy hanging out with friends, but I totally am at peace being on my own 95% of the time, you know. Like, if I could have a month to myself where, I mean, I basically do, but like where I don't have to do any YouTube or anything, and I could just play like all these back catalog games that like, that would be the dream for me. I also would love to like travel more, but like Rosie's not that into it, and I don't really have anyone to do it with, and I wouldn't just go on my own, leave her, so. But every now and then, like me and my friends, I have another friend who lives in America. You know, every couple of years we say like, oh, we'll go somewhere that we haven't been before, so I do a bit of that as well. It's all good. If I wasn't happy, I would do something about it, but I'm pretty happy. 80 friends watching now, down to 73 because I start talking about being a loner. That's alright, we'll get him in. I work from home, so I never have to leave the house. That's the thing, I think a lot of people don't realize as well. If you, before COVID anyway, most people who work in an office or just work somewhere, probably seeing people, probably interacting with someone. Most people are, not everyone, but most people were. But I've been full-time self-employed working from home since 2017, so I had a 3-year head start on like the whole COVID thing. And most people I know have some form of returning to the office every now and then, but for me it's like I've isolation for like the last 8 years. So I just don't see anybody at all. It's just Rosie. Rosie's like my gateway to the outside world. That's again why, you know, losing my cat was like very traumatic experience, because she was my best buddy for like 5 of those years. Right. Like the only person I talked to other than my partner. We need to get iron. So this is the gas pipeline that we built yesterday. Going off in the distance. I have to build the extra stilts onto it, but on the roads it looks decent enough anyway. And this gas needs to flow over into some sort of buffer, I guess. We'll let it fill, and then it has to go into it has to be divided into all the blenders. So yeah, we'll probably just use the back line here, although it could... Wait a second. Oh, no. It goes into its own thing, doesn't it? So yeah, we could do the 4 blenders maybe somewhere here, actually. Nitric acid needs 4 blenders for the gas. And then the nitric acid that comes out would have to go in there. We could get a blender like this. And if its outputs were facing somewhere onto this tile, is it? Or this? Yeah, it's on the center point. That'd be a great place for it, you know, if we could do 4 of these. The back of the truck stations. It's a little strange being outside the factory proper. We'll extend this. I'm going to definitely do the cosmetic. Once this place is up and running, now I want to go back and like finish off some of the cosmetics, and then we have to work on the aluminum plant more too. But that's what I'd like to do. I don't want to leave too many places just like unfinished. Work from home is the best. Man, I wish I could be alone. If it's not working in people needing stuff doing, and I'm a handyman that everyone rings. I think it's always grass is always greener type of energy. Like, I do miss working in groups of people to an extent. I think the best of both worlds is the people that do it, like they work from home like 3 days a week and they go into the office 2 days a week. It's like, yeah, that sounds great. You know, something like that's pretty good. You kind of get your catch up and meet up with people and stuff like that and organize things, but you don't get like too sick of them, hopefully. Because you're not there all the time. Obviously, if you're a handyman, like, you got to be on site and do things, so it's different. Thinking, so this needs to turn and go down that way somewhere. I'll just place it here. The company I work for now, for the past 3 years, I've never been to the office or met anyone in person. Was hired remotely and work remotely. I love it. Nice. Yeah, I mean, obviously, working remotely is obviously great because you don't have to do commuting. And if you're a little antisocial, maybe you don't have to, like, worry about, like, being in the office. And you can kind of go on your own schedule a little bit more. It does slightly bother me when people work from home, but they don't really work. Then I think you're kind of bringing it down for everyone in some ways. Hopefully a lot of that phase is over, but it was quite interesting seeing productivity and a lot of companies just go way down when people start working from home. And the couple of friends I had more back then in the early COVID. They were just like, yeah, don't worry, I'm working from home. Let's head out, like, get some lunch, get some like beers and things, or go to the pub basically. And I'd be like, okay, yeah, I can go because I can just do whatever. But they'd be there for like hours, and I'm like, oh, you're not supposed to be like working and stuff, and they're like, ah, you know, it's fine. It's like, okay, I guess. I think, well, to be fair, at that time, it was more the assumption that, like, well, we'll all be going back eventually. I think that's kind of what the assumption was, rather than this will be more of a permanent thing. So that makes a bit more sense. But anyways, work from home does not have to mean low productivity. I work my butt off every day. Yeah, that's great. Obviously within reason and everything. But yeah, as long as people like stick to some sort of schedule and they can do their work, obviously working from home is great. And it can just be a little difficult getting distracted and stuff. But if you can be disciplined about it, then you really do get the best of like everything. Anyway, found your stuff recently and really like your playstyle and presentation. Be going through your most recent playthrough. Hey, Wolf Jack. I'm sorry, I already talked to you up above anyway. Missed the end of the last stream because the internet died. What's the progress? Yeah, so I'll just give a quick overview. So we are in the process of... Oh, hang on one sec. Right. We're in the process of turning this turbofuel plant into a rocket fuel plant. So the idea was to do it like... not the most efficient way, but hopefully the easiest way of just modifying an existing build. So we're not like getting the max amount of like rocket fuel out of the oil or anything. We're just kind of using the fuel that we have, using the turbo fuel that we have, and then now turning it into rocket fuel. So a few different things had to happen. Just I'll be very quick about it. First thing was that these were fluctuating a lot, right? So there had been change. This is an update 8 worlds, moving over to update 1.0 and now 1.1. With 1.0, there's a few changes. Sulfur node moved and lowered its purity and a few things, right? So we had to get up, our sulfur up to get our compacted coal made. The compacted coal is made in all these assemblers down here. There's 4 rows of them, right? And the 4 rows of those compacted coal goes into the 4 rows of turbo fuel refineries here. Basically, after the update, you know, everything was kind of fluctuating a lot. So it's like, okay, step 1, increase the sulfur supply. Step 2, stabilize everything again, right? So everything is now running again back to the way it was. It was easy enough. Step 3. Now that we've loads of power shards, use power shards to just activate all the generators you need, rather than all, like, the minimum amount that you need, rather than all of them. So this factory is now running at the exact same power it was before, but we're only using 10 generators per row, as opposed to, I think it was whatever 17 times 2 is. I think it was 17 on each row, so now it's just way less than this, 5 on each row, so it's much better for space. And that's all running now. So everything is now up and running just fine. Then we had to build a... So in order to do all of that, we figured that we need to get a Mark III miner. So we had to manually craft like fused frames, supercomputers, and a few other things. Advance some milestones. Get the improved miner and then deploy it on the old sulfur node because there's no other sulfur nearby. That was the kind of quicker, easiest way of just getting the active road connections just reworking again. Because some of the nodes, one of the nodes moved. Anyway, so, right, we've deployed our blenders then, right? So now what we have to do, in order to make rocket fuel, we need nitric acid. So we've got all of this clocked and ready to go. Our 4 rows of blenders. The top pipeline was going to be nitric acid. The bottom will be the turbofuel. So the turbofuel runs along this way before it goes into all of the different generators out that way. So we're going to pull one of these pipes up and connect them into each row. And then on the output, we'll bring down rocket fuel and bring it back in line with the existing fluid buffers. So it's going to be a little switcheroo. So what that means is I might have to do it 1 row at a time because this place is our main power source. We can't have it die, otherwise then nothing works. Now there is a lot of batteries that were here before. Whoever built this factory did a pretty good job, I guess, because yeah, it hasn't been too bad to like figure stuff out and get everything aligned and working. So thankfully, all the power storage is there. The buffers are aligned really centrally to all of this. It's all, like, well organized, I guess. So it's been easy enough to just find a spot for these blenders and then line them up with this. So that's the plan. So it's worked out, you know. This turbo fuel line plugs straight up into there, and then this one will come down and plug back in where it was. So that should work really nicely. So now we're at the phase of nitric acid. So to do nitric acid, we had to go far to the south and tap a nitrogen gas well with an oil pressurizer, or a well pressurizer, I think it's called. We need 480 per minute, so we have a 600 pipe here. There should be 480 per minute moving along it now. And just now I've been deciding, okay, where are we going to deploy? We need 4 blenders to do nitric acid. Nitric acid needs 10 iron plates per minute, so 40 in total. And it needs 30 water per minute, so 40 or 120 in total. We have the gas. There's water obviously right here. Seems like a perfect place to do it. So next up, deploying 4 blenders in a line to go in there. That's where we're at. Easy peasy indeed. So if this is our central line here, we're going to have to extend this out. Is this a blueprint? No, and is that just... Oh, it's just a 1 meter foundation. It's just unusual I ever do that, but that's okay. Alright, we'll just grab this. Just need to extend this out. So the factory's going to extend out this way, I guess. And we'll build a roof over this and some sort of walkway system to get around. Nothing too crazy, but just a way of getting around a bit better. I feel good today about today's stream because it's like, yeah, this should be... There's not as much figuring out today. It's all being figured out. We just need to kind of deploy and get it built. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, chat. Hi, Darren. Hi, Ram. You stream? How cool. Picked up Satisfactory a week ago and already have over 100 hours. Yeah, I stream every Wednesday and Thursday. So 2 days a week. There is a separate campaign than the one that's on YouTube, though. Separate video series. Or save file. Alright. Double foundation here. Wondering how far I need to go over. Yeah, get rid of that. Out here, I think would be good. And we don't need to go... I don't think we need to go any further back. Right, so I'll just build these manually as well. Don't need to blueprint them. There's only 4. We're going to go out that way, and we need to be on the line when we get out. That over. We could go there. Yes. Yeah, that might be better.
The smell of industry any time of day.
So, we need 4 of these. I'm just going to deploy 4 really quickly and see, do we have the room for that? Yeah, I mean, I could always move this. But that's actually fine. The 4 there. Okay, good. Okay, nitric acid. So, nitrogen gas, water, iron plates. Now, I did want the gas to go into a buffer somewhere first. I don't know, it just feels like it should, but I guess it doesn't have to. Just such a long distance, it feels like probably enter into one. And if we're going to do nitric acid, we actually looked up the color code for nitric acid before. I have to do it again. I didn't save it. Satisfactory wiki.gg. There it is. That's really cool that you can do that. I never knew that until yesterday. People mentioned it. That's the nitric acid color code. And then, I don't know, gray, something else. Maybe a trim of red, actually. It might be kind of a nice color. Yeah. As it's going to be made into rocket fuel. So this can just run at 100%. What do we actually need? I guess I could check my... Do I have it? Mealy note? Apparently not. I said I'm going to pet the cat 1 time for each like on stream. Yeah, he's just sitting down below at the bottom of my chair. The sun is just shining onto it right now, so he's hanging out there. He was up here just beforehand. And today we brought him around the... Oh, well, I say we. I brought him around the apartment a bit, and he's playing with Jinx, our other cat. Right, so this is the actual map. We need 111.111. Which I guess actually means we need less than I thought. So I'm going to make 120. You need to make 27.77775. Something like that. Alright. Oh yeah, and I actually took some pictures of them this morning, so I could maybe show you guys if you wanted to see. Yeah, I might shift these power poles over to that side then. That would make more sense. Because we need to go on that side anyway. Give me this. Oh. Power. There we go. Out there? Show us the baby. Alright. These are the ones I took today and yesterday. This is yesterday evening, I think. That was him playing on his iPad. He loves it. That was him this morning. I was telling you guys, like, I put a little harness on him when I'm bringing him out. It just calms him down. Otherwise, he's like trying to chase and run around the place. But a little harness, he just sits down with it. He doesn't move as much, or he does move now. He's getting pretty comfortable with it actually, but it's just a way to kind of chill him out. But I think he looks so cute in it. He's like a little police cat, little SWAT team, Tacticat. Yeah. Yeah, he's cool. Yeah, and he's got his eye is fine. He just has a scar on the very surface of it. It almost moves sometimes depending on the angle. But it can look like his eye is like partially gray, but it's actually on the very, very skin of the eye, if you know what I mean. The surface of the eye. Yeah, like here you can see his pupil is totally fine. Yep, that's his cut there. And it's healing really well. And this is a video Rosie took. Where he was walking around with his little lead on, and Jinx was like pulling it.
Oh, she's got him.
But yeah, you know, they're getting along okay, and as you can see, he does limp a little bit. His left knee always kind of gives a bit. And the vet was saying like it probably always will. Maybe less and less over time, but it'll probably always have a bit of a limp to it. He's actually not putting much pressure on it. He seems to want to like not press down on it for a while, so maybe eventually he'll get more comfortable with it. And that's it. Yeah, cat walking, another cat. Turn that one sideways. Oh damn, wrong way, sorry. Sideways the other way, I guess. Actually good then, the ladder faces this way. Alright, just double check. That should have power. I'll get rid of those trees now in a sec. Yep. Good morning, just watching your stream, working on my oil production before expanding to batteries. Nice, and good morning, Lisa. That's another thing I want to make straight after we get all this power up and running is ammunition of some sort. Sick of it. Come back here, coward. Oh, he died to the gas. I actually feel kind of bad about that. Where's his meat? We could also do the road archway, actually, thinking about it. Do one down there. That's looking a bit better. And we need the supports on that as well. Ah, this can go. Wonder if hogs or spitters would taste better. I know what I feel like would taste the best. It's the hatchers. That sweet nectar. You won't be bonking the tree anymore. No, typically you go through the leaves anyway. It's only if you hit the actual the main trunk, I suppose. The branches usually you just go through them. Yeah, but yeah, let's test it actually. It's a good point. Oh, we're good. Be a little bit like, like, but it'd be fine. Now that's already got 3 connections. I'm gonna be a little weird and delete this one. Is that a blueprint as well? Oh yeah. Now that you don't have to paint these, so good. So much quicker just redeploying like broken bits or things like that. Alright, nice. So, cleaned up power, put it on the other side. We can get rid of this power pole now. And by the looks of things, I completely cut off power to the factory by doing this, did I? I guess so. Oh yeah, because this doesn't connect anymore. Good to know. Okay, so that's like the source. Not how we survived without that place being connected, to be honest, but okay. So just temporarily, we'll just do this. Carry power down. Rid of that pole now. And this will need to connect all the way back out. Cool. This road, this actually doesn't, none of this needs to exist anymore, right? We don't use the sulfur out here. We were gonna tap that other one, then it was pointed out to me that, like, well, you could just increase the one you have with a Mark III miner and you get more out of it. So, I guess I'll just leave all this in place, because who knows, might want to get some of that sulfur later and do something with it, like, again, the weapons factory, maybe. But yeah, it's not really moment needed. Yeah, eventually, probably use it sometime. I found you on YouTube a few days ago. Love the content. I've been taking care of my cat, who's terminally ill, end stages of cancer. Helped keep my mind off things. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's incredibly tough. So, hope you're doing okay. Hope your little one has a good send-off. Anyway, the turbo alt recipe opened my eyes to how 600 crude oil turns into 500 gigawatts. I love that recipe. Yeah, but we know about it. Yeah, with using the turbofuel alt and also using like diluted blended fuel, you can turn 600 oil into 144,000 megawatts. I think that is literally the best you can do. That's why people call it like completely overpowered. Yeah. People in my Discord were talking about it yesterday, so it's 600 oil to 144. I believe that's the number. 144,000 megawatts. 144 gigawatts. But that's why people say, like, why bother with nuclear? Because that's, like, so crazy if, like, good. You tap one node and you're set for, like, the whole game, almost. Tap two and you definitely are. Unless you're building mega projects, I suppose. Alright, so this is where our gas can come in. Is that 4 or 3? That's 4. Oh, cool. So we can get a buffer somewhere here. I guess even like 2 or 3 small buffers might be the right thing to do then. The big one's quite chunky. We'll go with the big one. Just didn't want it to get in the way of like wherever the water is going to be coming up and stuff. So gas doesn't mind pumps and height, so we'll put the gas up over the water. Maybe I should raise the buffer then as well. We'll put something under it to make it look a bit better. You have blenders now. You could make diluted fuel and pump out even more rocket fuel. Nah, I just don't want to do it. This will be enough power to carry us for a while, and then when we need more, I'll build a bigger power plant. Because yeah, I knew about that beforehand. I did know about it. It was one of the rare things I actually was aware of, that you could dilute your fuel to get more out of it, but we're just using the existing fuel. In fact, I'm using a fuel recipe where I'm turning it into like, we get it's a standard recipe, and we get polymer resin. We turn that into like rubber and stuff, and it's like we don't have anywhere to even send that. It's not even needed. I think it just goes into a awesome sink. So it's the right thing to do, but I don't want to focus on that for so long. It would just take too long and too much reshuffling around of an existing factory. But certainly, Certainly I'd be happy to do it for a new build. Lined up. Oh, it won't let me do it. Alright, we'll fix this later. Make it look better. There we go, gas is coming in. You used diluted fuel in the other save, right? Yep, we did it in the other stream world. I have the diagram here, actually. So, in Pandora. It was in this place. Yeah. Circuit boards, AI limiters, and fuel. So 16 blenders there. So the water and the heavy oil together to make 1600. So basically, in order to do it, from what I recall, there's a recipe to turn crude oil straight into heavy oil. Something like that. You get the most amount of heavy oil you can out of crude oil. You then take that, mix it with water, and you get fuel. More fuel than you could otherwise ever get. You take the fuel, and then you make it into... I guess you make it into turbo. You have to make it into turbo fuel, right? I think. And then you take the turbo fuel and you use the alternate nitro rocket fuel, and that gives you the highest amount, the highest yield. I think. Those are the steps involved. Berries? Dad jokes? Is that new update for Death Big Tree animation? Yeah, so with 1.1, there's trees will animate now when you destroy them. Some of them fall down, some of them just like explode. It's the same for other things too. Those balloon looking things, those things. If you chop them, the balloon rises and then it pops in the air. Pretty cool. It's just fun, I guess. I found that sulfur is the limiting factor, not oil. Yeah, that seems to be the case. That's why people do it in Blue Crater, because you've got the highest concentration of sulfur, I think. You got a lot of water, so make your heavy oil and your diluted fuel. Primarily for the sulfur. It would be cool to go, like, I don't know what else you need sulfur for, like, I suppose sulfuric acid for nuclear plants, but let's say you're doing all rocket fuel. You could maybe make a train that just collects all the sulfur around the world, send it all into one place, and build a mega rocket factory, you know? That way you could do it wherever, I guess. It's gonna be too close now. Let's see, auto works. Yeah, horizontal and vertical. Should it be a Mark 1? Alright, water is next. And then iron plates. I need to adjust the nitrogen gas number down if we want it to be like totally even. Water then is... one machine clock to this will give us the right number that we need, I think, for water. Water we'll just bring up from the other side. Somewhere over here it'll need its own pumps. Excuse me. Might have to get rid of this guy. Okay. Yeah, tell you what, we'll do the pipe first and then hook up the extractor, and that way we can have it nice and aligned. Something I didn't really think of is the... Let me just test this, actually. Oh, yeah. Oh no, it's okay. I was worried it wasn't clearing the pipe. It is. Good. This is gonna go somewhere for this direction, as long as we keep it aligned. Could use floor holes too, maybe. Into each one. Yeah, it would have worked here because there's plenty of space, but just one floor hole coming up I think is okay. Oh, you mean for the conveyor lifts? Actually, yeah, that would work too. That was just a regular obelisk, just the standard one. They've updated the graphics on them when they explode now. Yeah, this doesn't matter. I was gonna say, like, anyway, it doesn't matter. Keep it to myself. Right, so, has to go in there. Okay. So, I need a pump somewhere about there. That should go the whole way. Alright, that's easy as that. Next thing will be iron plates. No, floor holes are not bugged. Guess I'll go with white. Alright, we'll come back down in a bit and turn this on. Oh yeah, it needs to have that clock speed. Ah. I think that's it. I'll just double check. But 111.111 at a 120. Okay, there we go. Clock speed set. That's water done, gas is done. Need to give it power, and then it's the iron. So we only need 40 iron per minute, less than that even, so... I don't know if there's iron nearby. It's pretty far, actually, but there's like a pure node off in the distance. I'm tempted to make a truck station for it and just deliver it in that way. Or a long belt, I guess. But I'll just see which one makes more sense. So let me get radar. Have a quick look. Oh yeah, they fixed the radar tower range thing. The graphic on it, or at least they said they did. Let's see. Yeah, cool. Right, so there's iron, pure iron over that way. There's pure iron to the north. Wow. Oh yeah, that's where we started in the other playthrough actually, the northern forest area. So if I built the road continuing further out this way, we could just tap one and drive it in. Or even make the iron plates there and just drive that in, I guess. I know it's a bit weird, but I don't know. It feels weird to make a belt going longer than where a truck is already going, so I'd rather just add a truck if we could. And there's no other iron anywhere else, so we have to do it. Unless there's a way of getting iron plates from, like, limestone, which I don't think there is. Plastic, steel. Still need the iron ingot, though. Alright. Why don't you use turbo fuel in your jetpack? We don't have it packaged. I'll be using rocket fuel in my jetpack, though, once we build this place, because we will be packaging that. Also, I actually genuinely do prefer biofuel. You go way further with biofuel. You travel further forward distance with biofuel. You travel much higher with turbo fuel. But generally, I find that I need to go longer distances rather than higher distances. Great to have both, though, on you, because you can swap between them when you really do need to go up fast. Darren, could you use fix-it cards or carts to transport the iron? It is such low volume that it's like a maybe, but you'd still need a lot of them, so I'm not going to do that. And you'd still need the truck stations to actually drop it off, so you could. I mean, you could do that with anything, really. But yeah, the volume is low enough that one slot maybe could do it. Want to say hi, but going back in time, start from the beginning. I'll see you later, Williams Pro. I always thought you should out pumps in the vertical leg of the pipe, but saw some where they work better in the horizontal right before. I think it's you're probably the safest bet to mitigate any risk is to just place it on the horizontal coming out of the whatever area is coming out of first, rather than placing it vertical. I don't think there's gameplay wise any difference if you do it right. As long as you're under the 10-meter mark, I don't think there'd be any problem. I don't think so anyway. But certainly there's no indicator to show you where that 10-meter mark is. So to play it safe, you should probably just put it on the horizontal, reset the headlift, and work from there. It's less error prone, but I don't think there's any hard evidence that it doesn't work if it's placed on the vertical first. I don't think so. So iron is probably off somewhere that way. If we run into a cliff here. So we could easily just branch out and go that way, I guess. Wondering if the other road I built a while back is closer to that one already. You know, the one that's already going up there. Maybe. That's it there, next to Caterium. Well, it certainly makes more sense to bring that road over rather than that one. That's too far. I mowed my grass yesterday for the first time this year, so it was really long. It needs to be mowed again, so it'll be shorter. Just wondering how long I need to wait before mowing it again. That's I have no idea. I mowed at max height. How long do I need to wait to mow again for a little lower? My dad actually would be the one to ask, but because he's all about lawn care. I don't have a garden. I live in an apartment on the second floor. So I have no idea, but obviously in summer, yeah, grass goes back really quickly. Oop, hang on. Yeah, my dad bought like, I've never seen these before. I've only seen them with him, but he has like little Roombas, but they cut grass. That's what they do. And they know where to go. So he has like a lawn that kind of looks like this. Let's see. So he's got like a driveway that goes like this. Well, let's see. Basically like this, right? And then the house is like here. And either side, there's like, yeah, it's actually just like this, actually. So, either side, there's like grass here and here. And this is like the driveway up to the house. And the little Roombas, right, they have like a metal wire. It's really thin, though, that goes around like the edge here. It's not like along the fence, basically. And their rule is they know to stay within like that red perimeter. So what they do is they just go like back and forth, like, and cover every spot. And it keeps it like really even. And they're housed in like a little charging station thing here, like a little it looks like a little doghouse, but even smaller. And they just yeah, he has them on a timer, and every day they like roll out and just do their thing. It's really funny looking, and that's solar powered as well. It's really cool. He's all into like gadgets, technology, and stuff. So he just had like super fun setting all that up. But he told me he's been on holiday for like a month. He has a house in Spain. He's retired, and he's over there like fixing stuff. Like, he hadn't been there in months, and he's like, oh, the air conditioning's broken, the swimming pool needs to be like emptied and regrouted, like the tiles are coming off it, like all these issues with it. And you know, he's getting older, and he's kind of like, it's a bit too much for him to manage now, so he's thinking of maybe even selling it. But anyways, he was he's mentioning like he ended up staying there longer than he planned, because he planned to come home, and he's like, oh, the grass has gone too big for even like little, if the Roomba things came out now, like it'd be too big for them to be able to get. And I asked him, like, why didn't you just have it on, like, coming out themselves? And he said, like, oh, like, they don't work when if it's like, really cold. And in Ireland, I guess he left in February. And he was like, oh, it was, like, freezing temperatures. You're not supposed to, like, let them out when it's freezing, because they could freeze and die. It's like, the way he talked about them was just funny. But, yeah, anyway, that's how you do it, though. Getting these little things to automate it and do it for you. When I lived there with my dad, he had a little ride-on mower. It's quite a small version of it. And I would just go out and mow the lawn, but I hated doing it. Not for the manual labor of it, but I have hay fever, so it was like hell. We live like surrounded in that house. What surrounds that house is just fields everywhere, like in the country, and it just kills me. Like every summer, it would just kill me. And one of my friends had hay fever, so my brother's friends had hay fever. He'd come over sometimes, and his eyes were just like bright red, like streaming tears. It's like, yeah, man, we just have to live with that. For being in that area, it's just like really pollen rich. Anyway, quite the tangent, but there you go. I don't know much about lawn care other than that's what he's done for it. Yeah, little Rex is just chilling here now. Show you. Where he is. Hey, buddy. Curious, he's looking out the window. You can see something out there. You see up here? There you go. It's cute. He's got like beds all around this place, but he always wants to climb up and just sleep up here. You think that like, it's interesting how animals don't care, but you think me talking in his face constantly would be like, couldn't sleep or something, but obviously they just tune you out. Alright, so we're going to use this iron node. I just need to find a way to build a road over to this that's somewhat elegant. First time catching you live. Hey Max, I just want to say I love your content. Really helped me setting up my own factories, getting close to finishing the game. Awesome. Great to hear, man. And thank you. Alright, so need to get a piece of road and continue it out this way. This is gonna have to be something like that. We'll just extend it on. Let me just quickly check where the other iron node is, because if it's just straight up ahead, it might be even easier. 50 meters. Oh, right there. I think that would be easier then. We'll just go straight to like this point, and this could be the pickup point. We're all the same purity. Robots with blades. That's how it starts. They'll revolt because he makes them work like all the time. Alright, so something like that, and then we'll get rid of the little edges. Need to find that roundy piece. It'll be fine. Inner corner extension. This is the one, right? I just feel like it's not gonna fit properly, like no matter what. It's like a weird puzzle where there's always like a little square missing. I don't want to clip them. Almost like a glove. It's almost like it's not like a glove because there's this thing. Can I just do the rounded thing here though? I feel like this is always accounted for somehow. We need this extension but here. Yeah, I guess that... Oh, it doesn't really work though. Damn it. It's still a short one. I just keep pushing the same problem further down. But the rounded corners bug the hell out of me. That's why I stopped doing them with the other version. Let me just make it square. Gotta be a way to make it square. Forget about the walkway thing there. Alright, so you're like this. That'd be fine. So you'd start here. That's just what we had earlier, right? This would need to be pushed out another half to make that work. But then that would have a problem. How does this... I don't know how I've got myself into this problem. Yeah, the concrete pillar is a trick I've done as well, where it does actually just like sink in and basically makes it work. But I feel like I shouldn't have to do it You know what I mean? I've definitely solved this in other places without clipping, but oh well, I don't want to spend too long on it. I'm pretty tempted to update these roads to my other version of roads in the other playthrough, because I do think they look better anyway. Right, well for now, I'll just leave the gap, and that's have to be it. Yeah, I think I'll update these to the other version of the road, so I don't have to worry about this stuff happening. Sure, there's like an obvious solution. I just can't think of it right now. It's probably created or something because of this, maybe. Flip is all. I don't care. Yeah, it's probably due to this. That's probably offset things, I think. There's no like corner here. If everything was set back a half, maybe that would work things out then? I don't know. Whatever. Point is that we could just drive the route. And then, yeah, maybe just if we get the place up and running, I'll just quickly download my blueprints, delete these ones and put my new ones in. Because at least that's quick. You just delete, obviously for the main road segments, just delete those and replace them, and then anything special, just we can build regular squares here, it'll be fine. What that person was talking about was just getting a big concrete block like this. Now that we can vertically nudge, it does sink in quite nicely. Except it'll hang lower than everything else, but that's just the way it is. It's here, we don't notice. Guess we gotta restart the whole world, yeah. Yeah, that's a good rule generally, farmer. Alright, we'll figure it out. Something like that, just drive and connect over. Alright, so iron. I reckon we'll just make the plates on site. Just send them into a truck station, send that out. So, I might have to do a little left-hand turn here. It's in concrete, wow. Okay. So I'm just trying to think how this is going to go in. So you drive, we're driving on the left, oh yeah. Wrap around and come back out, that could work. Go like that, come back around. This could be a regular, yeah. I need more concrete, I don't know why I don't have much. Doesn't seem to be, oh it is moving, but very slowly. Anyway, we'll leave that just for a minute. I guess actually, I still need concrete no matter what. I need to build some foundations. Would you need to remap the truck routes? Not the existing one, no. Oh, and if I redeploy the road? No. No. The routes stay there. They don't know that they're on anything. They float through the world. In both answers to the question is no. I don't have to do anything. Wondering if I should go make a run for concrete. Yeah, I kind of feel like I need to. Oh, actually, there might be some down here. Maybe. In the words of the doctor, lots of places have a south. Extend it down so it looks like support for the road. It would look different than all the other supports. I'm just going to redo the roads later. It's okay. It's okay about the half foundation. I can't. I just can't give. I can't devote my mind to trying to solve that little puzzle or reading chat about it. It's fine. Just we'll all forget it. I'm gonna deploy my other roads. They won't have the problem. The problem is already solved in my mind using. by basically removing the problem altogether. Like, if I was here on my own making a video or something, I'd be like, yeah, I'll figure it out, you know? I'll sit there for a while and work this little puzzle out. But, you know, with a live audience, we don't need to see me doing this. I have one dedicated wet concrete facility that is dedicated to my dimensional depot. Oh yeah, no, I had that in my previous save. We built a whole, exactly, wet concrete. I had 6 dimensional depots and it was just flooding into it constantly. But this world came from update 8, so we never built that. So I just have dimensional so in this world, I had, because there was no dimensional depots when this world was made, what it has instead is something like 40 containers just all filled with concrete, and they're hooked up to depots. They're only hooked up to 2, I think, so it's going really slowly, and one of them seems to be empty, so it seems like we're getting half the rate. I feel like I plugged them all into each other, but it could just be running out. It might just be the way I play, but if I was using Turbofuel, I couldn't do all the like little mini hovering I do here. I'd have to always bring power and always use the hover pack, and I hate the hover pack. They should double the range of it, and then I'd actually use it more. It's great when you're in a factory, but I hate it for actually building out new factories, because you constantly have to bring power with you all the time. It bothers the hell out of me. Alright, there we go. Nice little roundabout kind of thing. Hmm? Does anyone else have problems with straight belt mode in 1.1? Not that I've noticed. No more than usual. I mean, sometimes there's issues where straight belt mode connecting into something doesn't work, and if you just select default mode, it looks straight and it works anyway. You know what I mean? Like, there's sometimes special use cases where it's like, oh, it's not connecting in. But nothing that I've seen in 1.1 that's any different than 1.0. For me, anyway. BA says, yeah, sometimes they're not aligned. Yeah, I haven't noticed. Yet. Excuse me. Alright, I guess we just build a mini factory here. Just a very, very small smelter and constructor setup. Have to place the supports separate to a belt. It's a pain. How have I not had this yet? That's so weird, because we built a few things. Is it in just today's update, or was this here before even? Because I haven't noticed, because we built all those. I've been building a lot. I did the whole aluminum factory and the turbofuel blenders and everything. I haven't noticed any issues. Yet. Where's the radiation coming from? I don't see a radioactive hog. I knew it. He just fell. I was like, he's not dead. Alright. Smelter. So really actually one smelter would be enough, would it? No, we need two. Realize actually we could. I'm a bit tight on space just in this little crevasse thing. I guess I could just go out that way. Biofuel, oh yeah, I'm out of it, sorry. Thank you. Better. Right. Keep cutting these down. Is the radiation just over there? That's it there, is it? Man, it can reach pretty far. Alright, so basically, anyway, we just need 40... It's like 40 iron plates per minute. It's pretty simple. I've just been taking ages at it. I'm trying to avoid clipping into the stuff here too much, because this pure note, these are pure notes. I just feel like, oh, in the future, maybe we'll use them. But I suppose we'll just build what we need for now. Right, so just 2 smelters. So... one there. Here. And that's just 2 constructors, right? And then we'll just bring them around and up, out to wherever this truck station is going to be. Yeah, so that's an instance where it doesn't work. If you just go into the standard mode, it does, at least in this case. Not sure what they need to be clocked at just yet. 120 per minute. Cool. Yeah, today's patch fixed the laggy repeat placement of view object lake. Yeah, apparently so. I haven't had it yet. They got the memory leak? Yeah, I was averaging 1 crash per hour due to that. Yeah, yesterday I managed to avoid it because it would always, at least for me, you could see the frame rate getting bad, so I would just quit the game and go back in. But the day before, yeah, we had a crash like every 40 minutes because of it, basically, so I was building so much. So it's nice that they got on top of that one really quickly. Right, so this is going to be... Well, this is too high off the ground. Something like this is probably fine. Just go over the edge a little bit there. More on this side, actually, where we're coming from. Ooh, actually, I could line it up so it's super aligned with what's going in there. Now, it should be able to pick up its coal from the... Oh. From where it's dropping stuff off. What the hell is this? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Did they fix the lag when replacing belts in big worlds? I don't know. The only lag I had with belts is if I was deploying a Mark IV belt, and I think they fixed that. That was like standard 1.1, but then the first hotfix fixed that one for me anyway. But that was only with Mark IV belts for me. Right. Okay, truck station, and we'll just feed this stuff in then. Comes over by a half, of course. If you see this, I'm behind, but my cat sleeps next to me while I play games too. Nice. That's okay. Yeah, it's funny. I see the chat regardless if they're behind or not. It'd be interesting if it said, like, your name, but, like, plus whatever minutes, you know? So I could see how many minutes you are behind. Alright, so let's go here. Oh, I'm sorry it's so dark, by the way. I don't know. It's darker than it's ever been in this place. Like, we've played the game during nighttime, and it's especially dark right now. Right, so this is TFF iron pickup. TFF is Turbofuel Factory, but it's now RFF really, but we'll call it TFF. Turbofuel Factory. Iron plates. Well, I guess delivery. They export. Okay, so it's taking a little while to get the road set up, but that's ready to go, pretty much. We just need to extend the actual power lines over here. I'll just do that super quick. Easy enough. We'll just grab the base. And, I don't know. But yeah, further, closer over this side would be good, and then we'll do another one on that side, and they should line up pretty well. Definitely missing that and cartograph, but it could be a while before 1.1 is stable. Yeah, I wonder how long it's going to be. There's a few like little... Well, now that they fixed the memory leak thing, I just feel like they might make adjustments to certain things that they added, like the conveyor throughput. I'm hoping they decide to make vertical splitters and mergers just their own object. I don't know if they will. I don't know if that would break people's saves or something, but for the ones that placed it already. But other than that, I don't know what else they'd be really planning on doing. It'd be great if they added even more stuff. Although I haven't looked at the Q&A board. Maybe there's tons of issues. I don't know. Alright, we're now powered on. So, we actually needed here 3, 6, 9, 12. We need 40. It's 10 each. 111. This is always my best way of discerning what we need. It's that. Actually, you don't need to times that by 100. Times that by 40. We need 37.037. Which means we need 18,515 is the output of each of these. Yeah, and it gave us the same thing. That's cool. Is that how everything works? It just works. 9259. Okay, so we could just set everything to this then. I said that earlier for the water extractor, but I wasn't super confident in that, but I guess it just works. Now, they need... Yeah, so it's the same all the way down then, isn't it? Wait for the autosave. There we go. I feel like the miner won't be the same. Let me just see. I think it's half of what this is. Pretty sure this will be the number. That gives us 55.56. Yeah, that looks right. Alright, cool. There we go. Darn it, what's your favorite machine to build? I really love the... Well, to build or just like to see... My favorite machine in terms of like how it works in the game and how you see it operating is the resource well pressurizer. I think it's super cool. I think it's also pretty cool to build. It's kind of annoying to build the way it doesn't align to foundations properly and stuff, but in terms of its animation, it's like amazing. It's like and then the screen like shakes with it and stuff, and it releases gas out the sides, and then you have like the little wells that are connected to it, and it's really dynamic. You can add more to it, so it's like that's kind of cool as a design. It is a little annoying actually to use, but as a design, I think it's really cool. Yeah, beyond that, I like blenders probably a lot. I think they look really cool when they're animating, and you can see the different types of liquid goes in on top and they swish around, so I like them quite a lot as well. They're fun to build and fun to hook up. 2 liquids, 2 material inputs, and then 1 output of each. I like the little arm that rolls the thing and then it catches it and like it moves it and places it in, and then the liquid swishing around, the liquid changes color like I said, so yeah. Blenders are pretty fun. Probably up there for me. Experimental is definitely buggier than I anticipated. Actually, it was, I gotta be honest, it was less buggy than I anticipated. I remember the update 8th experimental, that was insane. That was like the whole game was broken in many aspects for me. But I mean, that was a complete engine change, so to be expected, I suppose. But that was like, my game ran at like 5 FPS. I couldn't play. And that never got fixed until very close to 1. Yeah, till update 8 came out officially. Like the experimental was like almost always broken for my hardware in particular. Right. I didn't actually hook up the outputs of these, so let's do that next. These just put out nitric acid, right? Yep. Well, pressurizer was first. What come first? The pressurizer update, the world grid update. Pressurizer, yeah. But I mean, they had a chance with 1.0 to align everything to the world grid. They could have done that, and they chose not to. I don't know why. I don't know why they wouldn't. That really was like the opportunity to do it. Because they moved a bunch of stuff. Like, okay. Like, if you're gonna do it, like, do it. Let's go. But they just decided not to. Like, okay, man, that sucks. In case you wonder why I ran up there to grab that, is just to get the color. Too lazy to type it in again. Alright, nitric acid. Go. Roll almost the whole way through before it has to go up. That's what I needed to do. Pretty much. Got an idea? Oh my god, just give me a merger. Fuck's sake. Where is it? I'm blind. There. It's actually not even needed at all. I was just going to split off of this one. And make that a Mark 5. Oh, it's doing the reverse belt thing. I guess I could rebuild it then. Alright, so now we can carry... Because I have a Mark 5 belt, we can go the whole way down. With just one. We don't need the two outputs anymore, so I can free up the room for the pipe to go up a bit better. The gas is making it float. Yeah, we'll put something under that soon. That's funny though. Alright, so I've just readjusted that. So that's Mark 5 out of its mind. Mark 3 belts pulling into every group, just like before, but now it's 533 per minute, so a Mark 5 belt can handle that no problem. That gives us the room for this to get a bit closer before it has to go up. So maybe to here. Still think it has to go up really high, so I don't know how it's going to totally handle that. But let's see if it can go in. No. That's alright though. Just get it to go a little further over before it goes down. Yeah, even just temporarily, if we could just build this out, that'd be good. Ah. There we go. Paradox Effect, the Paradox. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. Been meaning to drop some coins for a while. You're one of my favorite Satisfactory streamers. I love the Desert Build series. Thanks for the playthrough and giving my ADHD brain a way to play this. No problem at all. Just gotta stay organized. And thank you. I really do appreciate the support. Hey, it's Philly. How's it going? What are we doing now? I'm doing nitric acid. Excuse me. So this is the pipeline coming out of nitric acid. We just built these 4 blenders. We have the gas ready to go. The water's ready to go. We just started making iron plates. We need to drive the truck route to actually deliver that. So I have to build another truck route, truck delivery thing just over here. But we're almost there. I've just got the belt logic now just about ready to go in. Yeah, it's the pipe logic, I should say. So this pipe has to be broken up somewhere here and go down the line between all the different groups. Should be able to fit underneath these. I'm hoping something like this. Turbofuel will be coming up from the ground. This will be alright, right? Yeah, I think so. Can't lock it in, though, for some reason. There we go. So, on the line... Oh yeah, much further forward, actually. Make sure that's definitely aligned, right? Yeah. Yeah, it probably is quieter. It's a different soundtrack, actually, so that might be why. It was pretty good earlier. I might go back a bit, actually. There's some good music back there. Alright, that'll be the nitric acid line, totally hooked up. Actually, we could try straight mode. If you just connect straight in. Good. Oop. The noise is from the machines downstairs. Alright, these need to be given power as well. I have to do that in a minute. That's nitric acid hooked up. We need to do the hookup of turbofuel. We'll have to wait for that. We're still waiting on turbofuel to just build up. I'm gonna cut off a couple of these and let turbofuel fill up some of the fluid buffers instead. It was easiest to cut off the ones closest to me, actually, thinking about it. Alright, so kill all of these. This will allow the bluffers to fill at about 30 per minute. Still going to be about 10 minutes or so before we get to them. Maybe we'll try 60 per minute, turn off 2 rows. Just depends if I can... Nah, we're cutting a bit close. So yeah, 30 per minute will fill up in these buffers now. And that way, when we do cut off the turbofuel pipes going in, you know, it buys us some time. These things will keep running. Now, I do have batteries and everything, but it's just a safety measure, I guess. I was just thinking, which one do we pull up? I guess it'll be the closest ones and then work our way out. Yeah, I guess it has to be. Okay, cool. Where'd you build the factory? This one is being built here. This lake. This factory already existed as a turbofuel factory. We're modifying it to make it into a rocket fuel factory. This was built before there even was rocket fuel in the game. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, Sal. I am. Hope you are too. I'm doing great. Feeling good. I think they could have kept the existing miners and pressurizers working after an update, where they just sit in the world as a visual thing. Could have come back and adjusted them at our leisure. Oh, well, it's funny you say that, because it would have even been more fine than that. For instance, so our previous sulfur node was here, right on that marker. So just over there. And there was a miner on it, working. And then in the update between update 8 and update 1, they moved it to here. The sulfur node is now there instead. Nothing had to change though. This kept running. It was running fine, and they actually even lowered the rarity of it. What do you call it? The quality of it, I guess. It was previously normal, now it's impure. But my miner was still here, still making sulfur. I just wasn't allowed to put anything on the one that was here. It's like it knew, oh, I'm on that node. This node has an ID, and I guess the miner is associated with that ID. The clock speed changed a bit, but it was still there. So everyone's saves would have been fine if you just kept everything where it was. That's why I'm like, why don't you just move things and align them? And then if people... How could people get upset? It would only be a problem if you deleted it and upgrade. You can even upgrade it on the spot. It still works. So what's the problem? What is the problem? I don't get it. Why not? Your system's already really good where it's like you can move these things. They're tethered no matter what. So it's like, great. Just align them with the world grid then. Everyone will be happy. Why I don't know if your coffee's saying why you wouldn't want that. Just because Not just about the OCD of it, but it just makes building easier, and people don't have to twist and turn like certain things and try to get them to line up. And the game would look nicer because everyone's things would be straighter anyway. So I don't know. This isn't working. Hello, Games on Life. Oh dear. Alright, we have to drive this route. Oh, I have to build the other station, and then we can drive the route. They probably aren't thinking in squares. They want that little bit of challenge with misalignment. I disagree with that. I don't think it adds challenge or anything to be in front of a grid. Like, you're on a world grid. The miner's just a little off. So basically what you're saying to people is like, you have to do this. Or whatever, you know. Can't even I can't even do it there. Yeah, it won't even let me do that, but that kind of equivalent thing. And it's like, great, cool, like the initial belt just has to be moved a little bit. It doesn't really add any like interesting building. I'm totally down with not building on the grid. I think it's fine. I like building off grid and using curved belts and stuff, but there's having it misaligned from the initial thing doesn't encourage, in my opinion, it doesn't encourage you to go like, yeah, I'm gonna keep the whole thing off the grid. It's like, no, most people just line it up onto the foundation that it's on. So I don't know. I don't think I'd be blown away if they were arguing like it adds creativity or some challenge or something like that. So I don't see it. I don't read it that way personally. If you want that, why not just misalign all the inputs of buildings then? And then it's like, okay, now these things are off grid. So now we really do have to think about where we place things. Alright, anyway. You could be right though. I'd for one would be surprised. I think it's the kind of thing where the map designer was like, I think it looks better in this spot. So it's staying where it is. What's the progress now till now in the project? You mean in terms of the space elevator and stuff, or do you mean just in this rocket fuel? For the rocket, where we're at right now, if I have you look at the diagram. So this is the plan so far. Truck stations that bring in coal and sulfur. Oil nodes that turn into fuel. We have their compact fuel. So compact coal and fuel go into making our refinery. So this is the part of the factory that was already built. But we've tweaked the numbers a little bit just to make it a bit more efficient. This is the part of the factory that we've been now adding on. So we've got 3 blenders. You know, 2.77 blenders. But I'll read... Why don't I see that? Oh, my chat on the right didn't refresh for some reason. Thank you, though. Master Doom. Appreciate that. Hey, Darren, a long-time fan. I was wondering what system you use to plan out your factories and how many items a minute everything uses. Just started a new world. Got any tips you could give me? You could hang around for like 2 or 3 minutes. I'll answer it as best I can then. And thank you for the super chat. So yeah, so we've just got the blenders in place. So these blenders are for taking in the rocket fuel. What we don't have figured out is the nitric acid. So this would be nitric acid, the purple. So really what we should be listing here is like somewhere down here, you know, we have now... Well, this is actually partly how I plan, by the way. I use this thing called Milanote. It's just a mood board, and then I look up the wiki and stuff. So here's an example of planning. We're going to basically add on what I know is going to be added here. So what I do is I use 2 websites. I use Satisfactory Calculator, often to see on the interactive map up in the top where things are in the world. Yesterday I illustrated this to someone else saying you can find all the artifacts this way. You can also see where all the resources are. The game is all on one map, right? So you just have a look, toggle what you want, and have a look where things are if you want. So we're over here. So, you know, we're pulling iron from over here. We have sulfur here, etc., etc. So this is what we're building here. So that's one way I kind of look at what do I need for a certain build. I'll say like, oh, we need Caterium, copper, and limestone. So I toggle those on and I go like, where would be a good place? The other thing is using Satisfactory's wiki. This is just what I use. Other people use actual calculators. This is called Satisfactory Calculator for a reason. But what I'm blocking is something called the planner on the website. And you can actually plan out in advance. It'll do the math for you. There's other planners too. There's like one of them's on Steam that's free. Bunch of websites that do them. There's loads of them out there. I like to just plan it myself. I find that kind of fun. And I think I get a more unique result. Not a more efficient result, but a more custom result that's not different than what other people build. So on the wiki, for instance, now I normally look up like, okay, it's like, oh, I need iron plates. And if you go here, you can then see what iron plates are used in. So at the top, it says crafting, like how you get them. So there's 3 recipes. It's like, oh, you could do it with plastic, you could do it with steel. Down below, it's like, oh, this is what it's used in. Iron plates are used in all these different things. And nitric acid is what we actually want. I'm going to save this picture. In my Mealy note, then I typically plan out a sort of logic map. So normally when I'm planning factories, you're asking about the rates and like, oh, how do you decide how much you need of something? Ultimately, this is loads of people ask this, and it's a natural thing to wonder, but it is just up to you. Ultimately, what you could do is go to the wiki here again. You could type in space elevator, and then it tells you what you'll need for everything. Okay, so if you wanted to look at the very end game item, the ballistic warp drive, you need 200 of them to beat the game. And then you need these things to do it. And then you can just keep working back. So you click into that and you say, well, what do I need to do this? And so on. The important number, though, is the per minute rate. One manufacturer does 1 per minute. You need 200 of these. How fast do you want to do it? 1 divided by 200, what's that, like 2 hours or something? Something like that, I don't know. 1 every minute, so it's 200 minutes. Sorry, I meant divided by 60. There we go, 3 hours. 3 hours 30. So it would take you running that one machine 3 hours 30. And you could double that with a summer sloop, right? So you could get down to an hour and a half or thereabouts. Less than 2. That's a pretty good speed, honestly, even for a late game item, right? It's like an hour and a half at one machine. So that just means I just need 5 of these, 40 of these, 2, and 1. Let's go further back with just one example. Go further back with thermal propulsion rockets. Now, if we look at Space Elevator, these were needed. You needed 250 of these before. The machine makes 1 per minute. That's 1 every 200, or it's, again, similar to about 4 hours, right? So it's going to take 4 hours of one machine running. But think of how much you can do in 4 hours building other things. So I guess you could say you need 1 of these per minute, because the ballistic warp drive needs 1 per minute. So 1 per minute, 1 machine, perfect. So how many fused frames do we need then? You go, okay, I need 1 per minute. What else is it used in? It's used in pressure conversion cubes. Well, I also need those. So then you could literally go from the very end and work your way back this way, right? If you wanted to. That could obviously take a while, but let's say you want to set a more modest goal that doesn't require like going back through a billion pages. Most people are stop around here, adaptive control units, and figuring out like how much should I be making. Versatile framework, you need 2,500. You make 5 per minute in the machine, standard machine. You could make 7.5. So say, I would normally say like 10 per minute's good, because it's in the middle of the game. You'd say 2,500 divided by 10. So it would take 250 minutes. So 250 minutes divided by 60, obviously then is 4 hours. Again, 4 hours, pretty good. You could do a lot in 4 hours while that is ticking up in the background. So how do you determine what you need and what you should set the rate as? It's really up to you. The rates that you need in the game are actually way lower than any YouTuber would ever make a video on, most of the time. I did a stream where we just made the bare minimum just recently. It still took me like 150 hours, and it was like just making like 1 per minute of like almost everything and letting things tick up in the background while we kept progressing. So you could do that. It means a little bit more waiting around, but often you have a lot to do while you're letting these things cook and do their thing. The satisfaction really comes in building a bigger project and enjoying the build. You're supposed to enjoy the game while you're building as well as just turning it on and advancing. So it's about finding that middle ground. So I would say, you know, typically I would like double. The safest way to get through the game is all of the space elevator parts. If you try to aim for building 3 of the machine, between 3 and 4 of the machine that's required to beat the game, you'll have your hands full, plenty, and you'll get things done at a reasonable rate, and it'll be relatively fun and enjoyable to watch those machines fire up and do their thing. Want to go crazy, you could do like 10 of them, you know, it's like having loads of ballistic warp drives all firing, but you'll beat the game in like a few minutes once you run that. But it's still good, you know, you still generate tickets and other things from it afterwards. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of my answer. Like, how do I decide? The other way I decide things, just very quickly, is I often go by the belt speed that I have. So I'm in the desert, in my desert series at the moment, and I'm currently mapping out, I don't mind showing people, the next factory, right? The copper factory that I'm going to do. So how do I plan this? Well, at the moment I realized, like, well, I need some automated wiring. We don't have any right now, because I destroyed all the original copper. So I'm planning on, like, okay, like, I'm going to build 6 foundries, and we're going to do copper. So what I've decided to go with is an alternate recipe that mixes copper and iron, just because I think it's different than other recipes. We could always do pure ingots and stuff, but I thought this is kind of cool. We'll mix the copper and iron. We have loads of both up here. And 3 pure nodes, I think, is what I wanted to go with. Oh no, 3 normal nodes. So each one's 300, 300, and 300. So we get 900 copper, 900 iron, and that requires 6 foundries. So, well, it's 18, sorry, 6 per group. And that's going to give us 1800 copper ingots. So now I need to figure out what to do with them. But this should be loads for, like, quite a long time. Like, why have I decided that? It's like, well, I'm going by the belt speed and the max amount that can come out of the nodes that I have at the moment. So I'm like, 3 nodes of each. Max them out. They can just do 300 per minute on a Mark II miner. We'll work with that. That should be plenty. Up here, where it's a bit more specific, you know, I'm looking at, I have a certain amount of wire in the world, I have a certain amount of steel in the world, and I have rubber as well. I've got 400 per minute rubber, 240 or 280 wire, and I think I've got 40 steel pipe left. So it's like, great, in just a couple of assemblers here, each, we can make 10 automated wiring per minute. Now, why do I need automated wiring? Because we've already done that. You need it for adaptive control units. You need 5 per minute. So I'm aiming to do 10. That way I can do 2 of these per minute. So everything's going to be framed around that. That'll be 2 heavy modular frames, of which we have 6 currently. There'll be 10 automated wiring, which you can see only requires 6 assemblers in total, so it's very easy. And then we need to figure out circuit boards and computers. So hopefully that kind of helps. You know, some of it's like just figuring out and thinking about what would be relatively doable for you. But know that you don't need very high volume. You always have stuff to do. You could always be building. But often I also choose rates that are based on the belt speed that I'm at or the miner's max potential. That's usually what I go with. Like the iron factory we built in the desert, that was all based on 480 per minute is our limiting factor. What if we had 4 nodes running at 480 per minute? Let's build with that. What is a TV license? In England, you need a TV license to watch live TV, like over-the-air TV. So in England, there's something called the BBC, which is the British broadcast channel, and it's state-run. So everyone pays like a little tax towards it, and then they run documentaries and news programs and stuff like that. I don't have a TV license. I don't have live TV in my building. I just watch internet, so I don't pay a TV license. But you have to pay it if you have like anything that comes over the air and sports and things like that, like anything like that. And people come by and like will inspect your place if you don't pay it. It's kind of crazy. I've never had anyone come by, but you get these like threatening letters saying like, you don't have a TV license, and it's all in like real. You should see how it's written. It's like ridiculous. It's like you've done something wrong. It's like, no, actually, I don't have. You can check my TV right now. It is not hooked up to anything. I have Netflix and YouTube, and that's it. I actually don't even have Netflix. Just have YouTube. So, right. Anyway, that was a long explanation, but I wanted to shout out Master Doom for dropping the super chat. People often ask that question. How did you build a delivery system for vehicles? Well, I'm about to do another one now, so you can see that in a minute. Just gonna turn that music down, sorry. Such a shame, it's like either too loud or too quiet. Very tough to get the middle ground. I guess maybe could I do audio mixer or something and adjust it down here? Oh, you can't see that actually, but Microsoft Edge is at 100%. I'll just bring that down to 60 and then increase. That might be a bit better. Now I've got finer control over it, I guess. Cool. I'm an audio genius. Using Miro would be easier. Free too. Yeah, I actually, one of the designers on Manderlords uses Miro, so I've been using that a bit. Miro is quite cool for collaborating because you can see other people's cursors and stuff. I just like the way Milanote looks more than anything. Am I going to stream Stellaris 4.0? Probably not. I don't plan on streaming any other games. It'd be great if everyone here watched that, but they wouldn't, so not going to happen. Are you noticing at 1.1 that the bell shapes are slightly off? Someone else mentioned that earlier. I said I haven't noticed that, but other people have. That is a strange concept for the US. Yeah, basically it's a state-run TV channel that you can opt into if you choose to get over-the-air TV. But it's kind of been phased out in some ways. Like more and more people are choosing not to use it because it's really expensive, and most people are switching to watching things online. So it's kind of dying out. Ireland has it too. There's an Irish equivalent called the RTE, and that you have a TV license over there. In South Africa, you need a TV license to even buy a TV. Yeah, they were trying to kind of push that kind of thing here, where it's like, oh, even if you have a phone, you know, you need a TV license. Like, no, I'm never paying that. That's not happening. Because I don't watch it. I don't care. Like, check my phone. I don't have iPlayer or whatever, BBC iPlayer on my phone. I don't care. I don't watch that stuff. I watch YouTube. Okay, I watched iDubbbz's Content Cop last night. That's the type of stuff I watch. I don't watch the news or whatever. Is it expensive? Yeah, TV licenses. Well, it depends. It's all relative. What's a TV license? I paid my TV license for the first year. Then I was like, I don't watch this. I don't even have it hooked up. And then I realized and learned that you don't actually need one. And I was like, oh, cool. Drop it. It says it's £170 for the year. 170. So that's about $200 for the year. It's just like having a subscription to like a Netflix or something, but paying for like the best tier for the full year. It's like, I don't want to pay that. I don't use it, so why should I? Y'all need to play more Stellaris? Yeah, I'd like to play 4.0. I'd like to play it now. I keep getting the urge to play it. Anyway, sorry for taking a while. Let's extend this out further, and then let's start drawing these routes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Trying to do two things at once. Damn these roads with their half foundations. Ruining everything. What is this? This is just straight up. Okay. We'll be cleaning this up later. I just want to get things rolling now. So 1, 2, we need one more actually. I don't think we really need a truck to do this, but I guess we'll use one. Right, so fuel distribution, right? This one does coal. So we want coal to be fed to all of the different truck stations. Now, we'll be packaging, once this place is done, we'll be packaging liquid rocket fuel or whatever in little packages, fluid canisters, whatever they're called. So that could actually fuel these trucks instead. But for now, we'll just run them on coal. Should be fine. I'll have to just make sure we're making enough coal. But I think we are. Alright, so this is going to be... Okay, can't write on that side for some reason. This is the TFF, third station, and it's iron plate import. What it's going to be doing. Vehicle set to unload when it gets here. This is now filled up with fuel. I'll start recording in just 1 second when we turn the corner. Alright. Boom. Record. There we go. Now our path has been recorded. We'll just take it easy around these turns. Make sure we drop a lot of nodes on the turns to make sure it does it okay. I mean, it normally does, but just in case. I'll cut across this way. As long as we're at a T-bone angle, they won't deadlock. It'll just T-bone the truck and they'll reset if a collision was to happen. Now I'll take it really slow around here because our little roundabout. I didn't mean to build a roundabout, really. It just happened. Alright, then we load. So far the hotkeys are working. Good thing, whatever, and then we'll just keep moving. Driving on the left in this world. I drive on the right in the other world, but this one is set to left. We're also replacing this road, the little pathways on these roads, with just road soon. Which actually might be an issue there, but otherwise, that's why I'm cutting across it a bit. I feel like they've tightened the handling on this. I don't know, I wish they would include everything they do in their patch notes, because I sometimes feel like they don't. I just realized I actually totally messed up just there. It'll probably be fine. But I meant to... So these are one-ways in. They're both one-way in. But the right lane was for me to go past the first truck stations, and I almost kind of drove into them there, so... kind of messed that up a bit. Now you break out. I'm going right, so I'm staying in the right lane. If I was going left, I'd go in the left lane. Right, so this is now called TFF. This is Turbo Fuel Route. And we're going from... Well, it's an iron import. Iron plate import, really. But yeah, enable autopilot. Now, if you mess up, you can always edit a node. You could delete it or change its time. But you can't do more than that. It'd be nice if you can move them or replace them. It looks okay, though. It looks like it has come into the right thing. I just worry that it's quite close to these guys, but we'll see how it goes. 12 seconds, that's fine. TFR, not TFF. This place is being called TFF, I think, in other situations. Turbofuel Factory, yeah, TFF. Yeah, remember, it's an old save, so not everything's consistent, but TFF is what it's called in the truck routes, because we looked at them earlier. This is TFF02. Coal import. That's how I write it now. So basically, I give every factory like a little 3-letter moniker, so that you can find it easily in the routes and stuff, and things like that. Turbofuel 1, sulfur import. That makes sense? Yeah, no worries. And it's becoming a rocket fuel factory anyway, so turbofuel doesn't even really make sense. Although I guess its base is turbofuel anyway. He's fine. Alright, we're just going to say on the other side, we're going to tell the truck to wait probably quite a long time, because we only need 40 per minute or thereabouts. A truck can fill to 9,000 or something like that. This truck can fill 48 inventory slots. So 48. Iron plates can hold 200. 9,600. 9,600 divided by 40 per minute means you could wait 240 minutes. You set the timer in seconds, so that'll be 240 times 60. Be 14,400 seconds. I might set a timer of like, I don't know, 3,000 seconds then. Just something much lower than that. I don't mind it moving a bit more than it needs to. I'm not sure if this has been fixed yet, but when you load into the game, the timers on trucks reset. So it's like if I save the game and quit on the 10-minute mark out of an 11-minute, wait time, it would start the timer all again. Now, I don't know if that's changed. I haven't actually tested it. It'd be worth looking into, I guess, but I'm not going to do it now. So just to be completely safe, I'll set it to a quarter of the time that I actually need. So what was it? 14,400 seconds? So 14,400 divided by 4? 3,600 seconds? So let's just do that. It has a wait time of 1 second. 3,600. That's a long time to wait. But that means even if I was to load the game and it reset, it's probably more than enough to like still catch up and be okay. Get rid of this one. I don't know why that's there. That can go as well. To be honest, that can probably go as well. Don't run me over. Yeah, it's gonna be confused by what I just did, which is understandable. Let's come here, come here, come here. You're okay. Get you to do your little loop again. All right. So great job. You did your thing. Off you go. He's fine. All right, we can hide these then after the fact. So just let this continue building up. Oh my god. Actually, yeah, come here. Don't reset just yet. Turn off your nodes. Yeah, something feels different with these. Even just from yesterday. Anyway, now he should be fine forever. It's just like gone on the other side of the trees. It'll wait an hour each time? 3,600? Yeah. Is that an hour? Yes, it is. Yep. Yeah, it's just gonna go there and wait an hour, which will be fine. Because then it'll move like a bigger bulk over. And there's already some iron here, so I'm sure it'll be okay. Normally, like, you'd want the truck station to be kind of full the first time you set that timer. Otherwise, you'll be always running short. But how much do we have? 1,000? Yeah, it's probably fine. Because we're only burning 40 per minute, so... 1,100 is probably okay. Help it out a bit. So, not that you have to do this, but that'd be 32 minutes. We'd run out in 32 minutes. So, if we... This probably won't turn on for 32 minutes, to be honest, another 30 minutes. Then when it does, we'll be making nitric acid and we have to plug in each one of these. So it'll still be okay. We have to do one at a time to get this to start correctly. So I think we're covered. Anyway, any thoughts on being able to sloop miners? 2 OP? Yeah, I wouldn't go that route, me personally. Are you progressing through goals faster now? Still about the same as the Update 8 series? Well, I'm not really focusing. So we beat the game in my previous stream series. So my focus isn't really to advance that much. It's more to just do bigger projects. Be happy with it. If I was trying to advance quickly, I wouldn't be doing big projects at all. But really, I'm still in the process of getting this Update 8 world up and running, like, totally fine. So all these trucks that are waiting here, we've turned off this factory. I want to turn it on, but I can only do that when we make this rocket fuel start. Then I need to update the coal power plant to work as well. There's a problem over there. After that, then it's really just, I'd like to, oh yeah, turn on the copper caterium factory. That'd be sick. Then we'll bring that copper up to the aluminum, and then we'll be making really high volume aluminum. This aluminum factory gathers all bauxite in this area here. So it's super high volume, but as a result, it needs a lot of power. So that's why we're here building rocket fuel. I feel like I'm going to use up all this power almost immediately. We'll have to build like a new power plant somewhere. We'll see though. Okay, so is that nitric acid now done? Oh yeah, we have to hook up the actual iron to go into these things. You're going to be there or here. There works as well, actually. Because we could do this. Yes, no, maybe. Don't know. That's fine. You give it that color maybe as well. Or just make it red. to be placed further back if I want it to be the same, which I do. Okay, so they're ready to go, and they'll be receiving from here. So I guess I'll just grab out the bottom. We'll just use a straight belt around to here. Yeah, I haven't had any issues with straight belts, but maybe it's just the way I'm building so far. I haven't really had... I think people were saying it's something to do with the poles. Conveyor poles or something that are a problem. It'll be cool to get to a point where everything's stored and prepped to insta-complete all the phases. Yeah, just go one by one. Just click buttons. Or just throw everything into the space elevator all at once and just do it all in one, like, 15-minute moment. Yeah, I had this issue before as well. We see stuff appearing just after the fact. Alright, cool. The iron plates are ready. We need to... I might just be lazy with this until we figure out cosmetics. And I'll probably do a pole to support this. Let's do a shelf beam, actually, to be different. That's a H-beam. Close. Go there, then.
Stop wasting time.
Not wasting time. I need this for the power. No other way to do it. Shelf beam from this direction doesn't make as much sense. Alright, there we go. Beamed. I did a double take trying to figure out why Surviving Mars' music is playing. Just for some nice sci-fi chill beats. And hey, Brunswick. Sorry I didn't read the chat there for a while. Can anybody who has a good knowledge about the game look at my power plant and tell me if I should do something different? I posted it in the Discord with the screenshot channel. Posted it in the Satisfactory channel as well, and people might be able to help you there. Thank you for the advice. I will try out, like I said. Been a long time. Oh, no worries. Thanks, Master. Maybe set a receiving station to at least 5 minutes, just to make sure it delivers bulk too. Yeah, 12 seconds. It's usually like a 1 or 2 stacks per second. I'll have to wait until it comes around again. But yeah, I'll try to do that if we catch it. And hello, Milad. Curious what your end goal production will be on power. I currently produce 150 gigawatts with rocket fuel, and I'm sure if I'll ever use that much. Yeah, in my other world, we made like 100,000, and I was able to beat the game with that. But like I said, this world is almost more like a creative world rather than just trying to beat the game. I beat the game now. I'm not worried about, like, can I do it? I know I can do it. It's more about building big projects. Like this one, aluminum. I want to grab all the aluminum in the pink forest. And it's like, okay, because of that, like, we do need a lot more power than you otherwise would. Like, you don't need that much aluminum. What am I gonna even do with it? I don't even know. We've got like 14,000 scrap per minute. It's like, what do we do with that? You know, obviously make ingots, but then what? Divide it up into different things. The main reason I wanted to do another playthrough was, well, I enjoy playing the game, but people were saying, like, go back to this world because you've got some really big factories you can now ramp up to their full potential. So it's more about, like, getting really big projects up and running and trying to do them in a reasonable amount of time. Like, not spend forever on something. But also do things I've never done. So I've never made rocket fuel before, so I wanted to just play around with it and make it. Never made Fixonium, so that'll be another one. Like, we'll build another nuclear plant. But this time it'll be bigger. It'll be like, well, let's get all the uranium. Why not? Stuff like that, you know? So it's more just like end game the whole time, in a way. In some ways. Right, we need to hook these up to power as well. I'll be a bit lazier with these. We'll just give them power poles. Power poles built there. Small indie company, please excuse Google. Anyone on Chrome also get crashes a lot watching YouTube live streams. Alright, I was wondering what that meant. Yeah, I don't use Chrome, I just use Edge. Chrome was taking up too much resources when I was playing certain games back in the day, and I just stopped using it. Maybe in like 2020 or something like that. Probably stopped using it. Crashes a lot for you in Firefox? Just YouTube's just crashing for people? Damn. I've never had a crash on me. Like, all the music that's running in this stream is running on YouTube, so it's just running in the background. Sorry, I was just thinking of something. Cool. Right, these have power, that is power, this doesn't. We could start turning on the water as well. So the iron and the water have arrived. The gas is also basically here. We could just unlock the valve. So we're ready to start making nitric acid then. So, do I need a buffer for this? I don't think a buffer would fit. Maybe, but just even a small one. Ooh, it would fit. Nice. Let's do that. Alright, let's make nitric acid first. First blender on the third row is missing power. The water extractor. Okay, thank you. The water extractor has power now. Oh, the pump doesn't. These all have power, at least they're good. So we'll just start making nitric acid. That should be 480 per minute is what we need, but obviously they're going to tap out more than that. We actually need slightly less than that. And water will start making its way up now too. Alright, we're active. So that'll just pool in the fluid buffer until we're ready to release. Let's just double check on how these are doing. Like you said, that one doesn't have power. And nor does that one. Okay, cool. Oh yeah. I'll build proper power poles with them later. They still need their turbo fuel and everything, by the way, so I have to hook that up next. The idea was to fill up some of these buffers to get ready for swapping over. And it has worked. Good. Buys us a little bit more time. I'll be back in just a minute. Just need to go to the bathroom. I believe Firefox switched to the Chromium lately. Hey darn, been watching a Rome 2 playthrough. It's a good watch. Thank you. Yeah, the next one's out today, I think, at 4. Oh, it just came out. Yeah. Thanks. What about Bannerlord 2 playthrough at the same time? Should be fun to watch for the other channel. Maybe. I did a Bannerlord playthrough and it viewed really poorly for me, so I probably won't play it again. And that was when I had more views for just generally for doing strategy games, so it just didn't go well. Don't really know why. I had a lot of fun with it, but I just stopped it really soon because it was really performing poorly, so probably not going to happen again. The next games for that channel will probably be Stellaris and maybe Crusader Kings 3 if I can do it. It'll be tempting with Bannerlord because there's a DLC coming for it soon. Anyway, just going to the bathroom, back in a minute. What are my thoughts on Ixion? I have a full playthrough on Ixion. I love it. It's like a 9 out of 10 game for me. I think it's fantastic. Love it. It's like Anno in space, sort of. Right, back in a minute. I've been rocking out to the Stellaris soundtrack while playing Path of Exile 2. Been fun? Nice. I wouldn't have thought those two would fit very well in some ways, like a sci-fi soundtrack. But hey, each to their own. Issue with Firefox when I last used it is it really doesn't manage multiple accounts well. With Chrome, I have 3 accounts across multi-windows and tabs. Why do you have... I mean, each to their own, but why do you need 3 accounts? Alright, looks like these things are all working at the moment. Work and personal. And naughty. Yeah, I did a full playthrough on this channel. Like, you can go see it, the Ixion playthrough. But my only feedback on myself would be it was quite a slow playthrough. People were saying, like, when the game I played as soon as it came out, I was quite excited for it actually. And people were like, it's really difficult, like it's super difficult, and it was getting like negative reviews. People were like, it's just unfairly difficult. So I was playing it like really cautiously, but I think because I play Anno a lot and stuff, I was way overly cautious, expecting some crazy difficulty spike, and actually, like I kind of breezed through it. But I was very slow, because I was like, yeah, I'll just get everything in every system before I leave it. Never really had any issues. It was a bit of a safe, slightly more dull playthrough because of that, in terms of a viewer experience. But I still loved the game. I thought the game was super cool. I just wish I didn't read that feedback initially. One thing I could do actually up here is hook up buffers to each of these, even just small ones. Again, how much do we make here? Is it 250 or something per minute? $277.777 per minute. I feel like you probably need a big buffer then for each one. Let's do that then. Oh, well, this will ultimately be its buffer, actually, thinking about it. Yeah. I guess it's fine then. I was thinking of buffering, like filling them before we actually start filling these. Yeah, I might just do that then temporarily. These will just be temporary then. Just float here for a bit. Until we replace the other ones. So the only thing on the right-hand side of the to-do list, it says like we need overflow packaging. So I want a packager to then package up the fuel, but I can't really do that until we make the aluminum. So for a while, we might just have to like make more than we need. Oh, I never did the outputs of this. Yeah, I'll just like store it in buffers, and I'll have to kind of flush the rocket fuel away until we get the canisters and stuff. Or just throw it into an extra overclock a generator. Actually, might be the better option. Thinking about it. But yeah, that'd be a better solution, I guess. So we're gonna have more than we intend on burning. I use Edge for one reason. I can set some sites to stay logged in. YouTube Music, YouTube, but log out of everything else when I close. Interesting. You guys are weird. Or maybe I'm weird. Like, why would you ever want to do that? I guess if people are accessing your stuff a lot, I don't know. Figment of your imagination. What was that in response to? We're all weird? Like, I think I'm probably like the most basic user of everything. You know, I don't know. I don't even think about like logging into my browser. I guess I am logged in because Edge just connects to your Microsoft account anyway. So it's like, yeah, I'm logged in, I guess. What is normal? Well, to me, I guess what's normal is just using a browser and not worrying about like logging out of things or using multiple accounts. Like I have one account. I just open up my browser and browse the internet. And then I close it. Like, I don't need to log out of stuff. I don't need multiple accounts. Like, a lot of the things you're mentioning is like seems to me very specific use cases, but I guess I'm just like a casual user, maybe, I guess you could say. Bro, you use Edge? Well, I used to use, so back in the day I used Firefox, and then I used something called Maxthon. I was really into Maxthon for a long time. Then I used Chrome because everyone was using it, and I just found it to be slow. So I started using Edge, and I was like, oh, Edge is pretty good. So, haven't really looked back since I started using Edge. Brave is my choice too. Try Brave. Brave is cool. Never heard of Brave. What does Brave do that Edge doesn't? The only thing I have multiple accounts for is email. I've got like 5 emails now and I'm too scared to close any of them. I don't know which ones are used to log in different places. Yeah, I use a lot of different emails because of, oh crap, this is already full, is it? Wow. Alright, release the valves. Yeah, I've got like a What Darren Plays email, Republic of Play email, Darren Total War email. These are all my YouTube different names over time, and then I have my own regular email. I have an old email from Hotmail. I have loads of email accounts, but it's all just in my Outlook. I don't have to worry about that. No YouTube ads? Oh, I just have YouTube Premium, I guess. Always have. Yeah, I kind of don't... I mean, each to their own. It's not because I'm a YouTuber. I'm just... You can see when I browse the internet. I don't use ad blockers. I don't think it's right. If you don't like the ads, just don't use the site. That's how I feel. But hey, each to their own, I guess. Microsoft thanks you willingly, handing your life on a platter to them to sell. I mean, using Edge. Oh no. My precious data. Turbofuel plant's going good. We just got nitric acid going. I'm just going to clear these each just once. We made too much. Didn't release the valves on time. Well, actually, probably would have gotten out eventually. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Right, so... Oh, forgot to put on a pump. Do that. Could do a pump at the bottom, I guess, like we said earlier. Alright, this is phase 1. Phase 1 is getting the nitric acid up there. We're still going to back everything up. Now we need to break off turbo fuel into each row. So we'll have to do the same. Pump on each one of these, and then they need to come up to here. I guess we'll just disconnect it now. And I'll start from the top down. Alright, so the turbo fuel is being redirected, the nitric acid is here. Now going to be making the first batches of rocket fuel. Which means that we're going to be overproducing compacted coal. So I can now underclock the compacted coal machines. I got to work that out. I don't even need to. We've already made sure with priority merges that we'll guarantee our compacted coal gets out first. But I wonder, yes, so 22.2. So basically, we make 133.3. And we get 27.7 out. So if I was to just work out, I don't know what we need to move there. So 133.33 minus 27.77. 105.56 divided by 6 machines. 17.59. So let's say 17.6 and see if they ever get backed up. I like actually just keeping it to the numbers we know. Let's go 5.9. That's fine. Alright, copy that setting. You can now paste settings on machines without removing what was in them, which is kind of cool. Now these have been underclocked. Remove that. And are we getting the right amount on the belts? 133, so we need to mark 3 belts. Yep. Alright, coal is rolling down. Which means we're loading up rocket fuel's a gas. Oh yeah. Yeah. And we're going to use that to transfer basically into this once this empties. So this is no longer needed. These are gone. That's one line at a time. We'll just keep doing it that way. Are the planning documents uploaded to the drive? No, I could do that though. I don't mind. Microsoft like to shove things in the user without them knowing. We told you yesterday. Brave was started by one of the people behind the original Netscape and Firefox. If you have an issue with your data, then stop using pretty much any service online. Google, Microsoft, Apple, Netflix. Yeah, I see. I just kind of feel like it's impossible to protect your data, and I also don't really care about it. I've just given myself over to that long time ago. It's like, yeah, use it. Use it. Hopefully it improves things. As far as I'm concerned. I don't like seeing ads that aren't tailored to me. I'd rather see ads that are, if I'm going to see any at all. I don't really see many ads though, generally. Except when I use Satisfactory's wiki. But yeah, I have YouTube Premium, so I don't see ads on YouTube. I don't really use many other websites. I use X. On my What Darren Plays account, I have like the X subscription. I don't really see ads there. But I do on my regular thing, but I don't really use that. Reddit, I see some ads. I guess that's pretty much it. You don't see ads in Discord. Even with premium, you get ads? Nope, there's no ads on YouTube Premium. You don't. On X Premium, I think you do unless you pay a lot. I don't really use X though. Like I just post my updates on video, so I don't browse it, so I really don't know. Like I don't know, but I'm pretty sure on X they say like there's tiers to it. It's like you get reduced ads or something. I willingly use the Nazi bar. Bye. See you later. I haven't seen an ad with premium. Yeah, on YouTube you don't get ads with premium. There's no ads. I'm sure everyone who works at Google are saints. Everyone that runs YouTube are saints. Everyone that runs Microsoft are perfect. No one's a bad actor in any of these companies that we work with. I'm sure the phones that we use that are made in China, I'm sure everything's on the up and up there, and everyone's all good everywhere. So yeah. I thought Twitter is mostly right-wing people now. It all depends on who you follow. I just use the when I do use it, I use the following tab. I don't use the For You tab. So following on Twitter, you just see like who you follow. Oh, and I've disabled all retweets. So I just see a linear chronological timeline of the people I follow saying things. And I follow like 250 people, so it's not that many. Actually, one of the reasons I don't really use it that much, because often like I'll log in, there's like no one's posted anything. Yeah, and I don't use Facebook and I don't use Instagram. I have an Instagram, but I don't really post to it. I just don't care to, honestly. I get approached by companies all the time. They're like, "Oh, you should really, you should post on these places and help with sponsorships." I just don't care. I don't use them, so I just don't care. Ever had an X or Twitter account? I like Twitter, generally speaking. Again, I don't use. I just like it as it's a feed to follow people. Seems fine to me. And it's gotten a little bit better with trending and video lately, I think. But I've heard, I haven't seen, but from the podcasts I listen to, people say like the For You tab is just crazy. They're like, "Oh, I see people getting killed and stuff." I'm like, "Geez, like I don't see that." So I don't know, man. You know. Right, we should be able to. I was just waiting for this thing to drain, but really I could just drain it now and start pumping out myself and transferring the stuff over. So we could say, forget this. That's done. Oh yeah, I suppose I could do the full. Does that drain everything? Oh, it did. Okay, cool. I thought maybe it doesn't go beyond the valve, but it seems like it actually did. Let's go this way. Is that blocking anything? Yeah. Well, I'll be removing this anyway, I suppose, once it's empty. I don't think I'll do this for each one. This will take too long, so we'll drain this one out. And then I have to work out how many of these can we supply. Oh, look, there it is. On fire. So, if we make this correct amount, it'll be 277.7, if all these numbers work out. I'm skeptical they will, because it's been so decimal point heavy. But we know in these generators, they're going to consume... Oh yeah, you can turn them back on now. They're going to consume 4.167. But it'll be more than that when we overclock it, right? Is it divided by 2.5? Oh, we had this problem before. Oh no, that's right. Yeah, no, that's right. It's 10.4175. Okay. Wow, 26 generators can run this way? Yeah, that's crazy. What's that divided by 2? 13.33. Just so decimal pointy. I'm just like, oh, I have to clock them all down like this. So we can do 14 on each side. So divided by 14 then, I guess, and that will give us the clock speed times 100, I guess. Get the nice value. Alright, let's copy that, and we can paste that into each machine now. Oh. That won't work the way I've done it. Because now my 100% is the out of 250, so I'd have to then say, what is 95 out of 2, like 95% of 250 out of 250? So we need to run at 238.069%. Look at that. So 14 of these machines. 1, 2, 3. Now this will be a much cleaner number later when we get the packaging up, because I'll just run a set amount of generators at 100% like normal, 250%, and then all the excess will go into packagers, so they'll have the weird number, but it'll be way less of that. We need 14 of these, so we have to go all the way down. Jesus Christ, pretty far. Good thing we have all this built, I guess. Need a lot of power shards for all this then. Game's making us all much better at math. Yeah, a little bit. If you remove the 2.5 from your equation, I think it would do it. You need to remove the rest of the turbo fuel from the gens, or it'll run out of power. No, I know, yeah, I know. That's why we're doing just one line at a time, so if there's anything stuck in any of these, like this little bit, we'll have to drain them. That not turned on or something? Why is it not doing that? The orange lighting? Thank you. Yeah, it's cool. Kind of casts a cool effect, especially when you're down on the ground. Hovering up over it kind of ruins the effect, to be honest. Is that it? I don't know how far we're supposed to go. I can't remember. Okay, good. Right, let's release the rocket fuel, and then as it's filling the pipes, I can remove the turbo fuel out, and then we'll have our first rocket fuel generators running. We'll see if we can get one line to be somewhat stable. Rocket fuel in Mark III Blueprint Designer makes power plants easier. Yeah, I don't have that yet. Mark III power Designer. Alright, we're filling up nicely. Let this out. Just, again, one more time, we'll just... If I do that, will it delete that? It might, actually. Alright, just see what happens. Godspeed. 300 pipes should carry it just fine. There we go, we got rocket fuel. Just like that. Now, whichever ones don't turn on will be the ones that have little bits of crap left in them. They seem to have set correctly, actually. Oh no, that one has turbo fuel. It is a shame you have to do this, but at least everything else has been pretty easy to build so far. Yeah, it is annoying. It's a shame. It's a shame you can't just even, like, hotkey it or something. Or like flushing the full network just doesn't drain them. It kind of should. But oh well. Cool. I'm sure if we just give it some time, it'll do its thing. Activate the next row. So, while that's happening, we now have to feed this one turbo fuel. And we'll just keep it moving. Right. Yeah, what happens if you connect fuel into a pipe? I think they just don't move pipe segments if there's something in it already. You still have a stream save. I have a stream save, yep. So you can download this if you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. You encountered a jetpack hog? Yeah, many times. Thanks, Tim. Morning, just joined this from the San Francisco area. Did you see my message? Not like a DM or anything, but not message. Did you see what I said when you left yesterday? You're like, I'll catch up later. I was like, I'll see you in the future. Need to know if you saw. When's the new video coming? Probably at the weekend. Right, okay, that's easy to do. It's in the very middle. Just wait for this autosave to kick off. Right, so break that. And then we just feed this on straight mode right in. And then we have to give it its pump. Just pump it in the same place. Oop, wrong way. Build a power pole here. Alright, that's just that 50 head lift. Be plenty to get up. That'll be turbo fuel going into these guys. They have their nitric acid. Machines downstairs will need to be clocked a little lower. So just copy that. Cut this off. How are we doing now? Lights are extending down the line. I'll just turn off the ones that are on 50 for a sec. Just let it make its way down further. Alright, now we're making rocket fuel again on the next row. Nice, this is working just fine. So with this extra power, hopefully we get the power properly up. So we should be going from about 22,000 megawatts to about 66,000, something like that. If that's the case, then that should be plenty to turn on the aluminum factory. And we can then package this stuff. Currently just trying to drain this, but it's not really emptying that fast. You think it would pour and fill in? Oh, it's a gas, I guess, but still fill this up fully. 600 per minute, no? It's moving at 420 per minute. Why? Why not more than that? Don't know. Does anyone know why? 411 per minute. It's like, that's fine, but why not 600? Why not or 500? Need to add a valve after the first buffer. Why should I have to do that, though? I don't know. It's weird. Is it something to do with the fact that a Mark 1's going in? No, I don't see why it would be. Oh well, not that it matters. This is almost full now anyway. Alright, we can get rid of that, get rid of this, and decide how we're going to feed this properly. So that's where it needs to go. Oh, it would be kind of cool to do it just straight up like a slant. Come out maybe a bit further before we do that. Just straight pipe down. Invalid shape. Damn, we were so close. Auto. Horizontal to vertical is a bit insane. Although it does actually go under the... Oh, nice. I didn't realize it does that. Great. I thought these were on the ground. Okay, yeah, we'll just leave it like that. Sweet. I'll set a valve just to make sure it does roll forward, but I'm sure it will. I'm surprised at how long it's taking to make its way down. I would have thought it'd be going really quickly. Like, I know they're pulling from it all the time, but still. Just so I can see where the mark is, I need to cut maybe just a gap in the walkway, because I keep forgetting where the 15th generator is. Here. Just temporarily, I'll just do that, you know, so I can just see, like, okay, it's... doesn't go any further than this. That's the final generator here. I wonder, is there like any turbo fuel in this? No, it's all set to rocket fuel now. Knows what it is. Okay, that's good. Surprised it's taking a while. Feel like gas is slow moving? Yeah, I guess so. I didn't know that. It should be going at 300 per minute. Oh. There's your problem. That was set to cap the turbo fuel before. Alright, good. Well, at least I kind of figured that one out a bit. It's like, why is it stopping there? Shame about all the little bits of turbo fuel in each one. I'm just going to make that mark across the whole thing, then we'll start doing this line next. So, just cut this across. Yeah, do I have enough? I actually don't think I've got enough power shots. We might have to make a run to the liquid biofuel factory. Yeah. I have loads of slugs. It's just, yeah, they need to be melted down. Alright, well, at least it's working. Kind of, so far. Obviously, until everything's up and running, we won't know if it's doing it efficiently, but so far everything's going okay. Link the rocket fuel before you might run out? I guess so, yeah. I don't need to do that buffer thing anymore, right? Really. Ah, we won't run out. It'll be fine. Even if we do, it'll all be fine. There's batteries and stuff. Right, so I need power shards. That's pretty much it. We could make some rocket fuel. If I make a few aluminum flasks even just now, we'll just package them manually or something. That could be fun just to create some for me to fly around with. You always need more shards until you automate them. In my other worlds, in the stream world, I had like 500 or something just sitting in a container. I never needed to make them. And I never did make them. That's another thing I've never done. Never made power shards. Didn't do a lot in that like category of some like using power augmenters as well. Never really did much with that the other playthrough. So it'd be fun to boost the power as well actually with augmenters. I don't have many sloops. So what do we have? We've got, yeah, so I need to make some fresh, how do you make, I always forget what they're called. Canister? No. Container? Fluid something? Empty fluid tank. Tank, okay. Oh nice, it's literally just one-to-one. Okay, cool. Just pop this into fluid tank. And I'll just turn these back on. Is this all backed up now? Yeah. But don't worry about that. That's like a known thing. We can fix that easily, but it just requires a few things. Right, that gets that started again. No, I'll just let that do its thing. Send it into a container here. There we go. Alright, now we got, just for a little while anyway, some fluid tanks, and we can make a package here and get some rocket fuel going. It'd be nice to actually just run back right now and do that. Just so I can play around with it when I'm making my way down there. I haven't really used, I don't know if I've ever used it in the jetpack before. I might have. I can't remember. You can do it here. You haven't built the slugs yet. I like to do it in the factory though, I don't know, it's just kind of nice. And I do in the liquid biofuel, I've got it all slooped over there. I have some slugs with me. And then when I'm traveling, I'll just go pick up some as well. Alright. Let's package some rocket fuel. We'll use it to fly. I can also launch myself down there, it'll be quicker as well. Make an uploader for the shards? I think I have one. I might not have one, but I think I do. I'm pretty sure in the liquid biofuel factory we went in, and didn't we put sloops on everything? And then oh, maybe I didn't have the Mercispheres at the time. So maybe I didn't upload the shards. In my other saves, like, we have shards uploading, obviously, but yeah, just in this world, I don't know if I've hooked that up yet or not. Oh, wait, yeah, never mind. I was gonna say we don't have canisters. It's like, oh, we don't need them. Oh yeah, I guess, well, either we don't have them hooked up, or the fact that it's even in there at all makes you think maybe I did. I don't know. We'll see. You did it for the Desert series, not this one, I guess? Yeah, I guess so. The fuel generators are a great use for power shards. Oh yeah, totally. You should, in my opinion, you should only use power shards for generators and for miners. Or like extraction deposits. So this is what we'll have to set up. We'll have to have all of these lines connecting to some sort of group of packagers, like on the far end, and or upstairs or something. And then we'll have to bring in the fluid tanks. Probably by drone or something might be the easiest. Just to drop them in every now and then. Well, we haven't built any drones yet. Right, so let me see. Are you kidding me? You can't fly with packaged rocket fuel? Oh, you can. Oh, God, I'm so blind. Jesus Christ. Why do people watch me? Oh, yes. Oh, look at this. Burns fast. Burns bright. Oh, like cumulative acceleration as well. If you haven't ever used packaged fuel before in the jetpack, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh my god, yes. You just easily get up the big waterfalls and stuff now. Alright, so very quickly we're gonna roll down to what's it called? Liquid Biofuel Factory. I'll just see if I can pick up any slugs on the way. Anything like that. Throw them all in, get some power shards back out. Hopefully that'll be enough to continue. The hell is that? Oh, right. Yeah, I was just checking. I thought maybe there was some there. These all being stalled has me a little worried. I feel like some of them should never have stalled. Although I think I was running out of bauxite, and that's why. Why do you, I don't know. Thank you, Jamichael. I always use shards for every machine I can. That's crazy. I mean, it costs you more power. Oh, it's too late to crouch. Oh. Ow. Oh yeah, it's pretty good. But a purple one over there. A lot of radiation, actually. I don't know if I can really do that. Give me a sec. Need finer control. The one over there, I think a spider lives on that rock. Yeah, we have a rifle, we had homing ammo. I'm just out of everything, you know, like, I know I keep making excuses, but this world came from update 8. We didn't have that stuff set up. Everything's a distraction. Ultimately, the first priority for me in this world was to get power, like, up and running so I can run the existing factories again. And fix, like, anything that's not working. But I suppose in building in this biome specifically, I probably should have had, like, weapons ready to go. Because, yeah, I'm constantly, like, having to fight little things all the time. Just having a quick look to see if there's any more. Not that I can see. It's too slow to click the thing. Ah, son of a bitch. I get him to run off the edge. That was actually way easier than it normally is. Normally they kind of stop before the edge. Took care of himself. Liquid biofuel, where is it? It's down this way. I feel like my game's being quite laggy right now. I do have a lot of stuff open, so let's see if it's that calculator app, definitely. So I got, I can close. I think having the Satisfactory calculator site is quite demanding, so that might help a bit. Rifle and a pistol. Do you mean the like I have the rebar gun. That's pretty weak. All right, here we are. Maybe I don't handle slugs here, actually. Do I? I thought these were doing slugs, but they're animal remains. Oh yeah, like, I probably thought, why would I ever need to automate that? Oh, right. That's crazy. I'm so sure I've been dropping slugs in the containers up here. I wonder if they've been blocking belts. Probably not. I think I have that overflow thing set up. Oh yeah, anything undefined just goes in here. But surprisingly, there's no slugs in there. I'm so sure I came in here and just dropped some in, but I guess not. Alright, well there was a waste coming down here then. Sorry, you guys were right. I thought for some reason I was convinced those ones over there were for doing slugs. Alright, well, while we're here, I guess let's just process them. Any blues on me? You put too much time on this game? I know, right? Yeah. It was fun doing it though. But now it's like in a really awkward to reach place and stuff. I don't think I'm gonna get that many. A little early for singularity cells for this world, but yes. Looks like rocket fuel makes you more twitchy mid-air too. Try jumping and moving without activating the jetpack. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Thank you, Narita. Could go pick up the slugs I left in there. My little slug farm. I'll leave that one just because it's the centerpiece, but the others can be redeployed if I ever wanted to. Give me that slug back. Alright, 62 shards. I mean, it's not bad, actually. 65 so far. Yeah, it looks nice. I mean, it's just 90% the graphics of the cave. The 10% where I put the lights, I guess, and stuff. Okay, 92, and then there was just another blue one, wasn't there, or something? Yeah. Alright, if we find more, we'll come back. Or we don't have to come back here, we can just do it wherever now, I guess. Can I drop more stuff in here? So, the plan is to hook this up to drone ports upstairs. We can do that really easily. So just grab the biofuel, bring it up, build some drone ports, and then it'll distribute liquid biofuel around the world. So that's for all the trucks and stuff. And then we'll use rocket fuel for the drones, probably. This is the plan. This is totally full. It's almost full. That's why it's got nowhere to go. It's just full. But when we start sending it out to the different trucks, it'll do pretty well. Then all the copper factory trucks will stop running on coal. Just run them on biofuel instead. I mean, they work on coal, but it'd be nice to just use the stuff we have. Free up that deposit for something else, maybe. My god, rocket fuel's crazy, man. You can go so high. I plan on building your cool biofuel facility from the Desert series here soon. It's too clean. Yeah, you got to do it, man. I love the Desert series because it is like, that's why it's always frustrating playing this world. And some people might just see me for this world. And it's like, guys, no, I've solved all of these issues in a different save. I'm trying to get this one up to par. But yeah, I love that Biofuel Factory. It's almost perfect. There's still one thing I would do different, which is it should have an overflow switch so that when alien protein is completely full, it goes into making DNA capsules instead. Or you could toggle it so it does the opposite. So it's like, oh, you know what? I actually want to do points instead of biomass. So you could just go in and flick that if you wanted to. That'd be nice. And then also, I loved the idea that someone had, which was to create like an annex where you've got a room that has a bunch of biofuel generators. Or whatever it's called, biomass burners. And it's like a backup just in case like power dies, and this can help restart everything. I think that would suit that factory. So it's like, yeah, that'd be cool. So those two things I would do different. Or not even different, I would add those on at some point if I could. And I might. I'll leave the shards for a while. Ah. Yeah, I think they just ran out of bauxite. The water doesn't seem to be like cycling in on itself. It just seems like the bauxite needs to be upgraded. I'm pretty sure the miners don't. They need a higher volume to keep up. We haven't done that yet. It makes you nervous. Yeah, that's the only thing. It's like it is a semi-automatic factory, right? You do have to fill it. One kind of cool thing is once the drones are set up, you can actually drone ports can be viewed on this map in terms of their inventory. So you can actually look at, like, if you had a bunch of drone ports set up, that could be your remote way to view how much biofuel you've got at the factory. So you could even have a few redundant ones that are just there to show you, like, because obviously you can have one and that would show you like 1800 biofuel. If you build a couple extras, then you know it's like, oh well, I've still got like 4000 biofuel. I don't have to go there, I don't have to check it. It shows me on the map. That'd be another slight way to improve, like, the worry about when you're going to run out, you know, the remote monitoring, I guess. Alright, anyways, we're back. So, power shards, that's what we were doing. We needed to throw them into each of these. These have... Oh yeah, I forgot to turn them back on. Now, a lot of them have power shards, so that's good. I don't need to change too much. I'll just stay on the left side, actually, for now. The 238 is what we're looking to do. So that's good. Alright, we're done on that side. Let's just get this side and go all the way down, and then we'll just release the gas. And let these ones turn on then. We can already see we've got a bit of a jump than where we were at previously, which is nice because of all the extra generators. So far they seem to be good. We'll check on the blender and everything, but with only one row working, there's no point really checking because we can't know if everything's running until all of them turn on. But so far so good. I'm going to try it one more time just to full pipe network drain. Empty, that's empty. Okay, good. Yeah, don't need... We'll just let it fill like itself. It's okay. This goes to the very edge, but then back one. Horizontal to vertical goes down, but the opposite direction. And then we place a valve on it somewhere here. Block that for a minute. Anything, I just want to remove that other valve and then we're good. That can be removed, and then there's a valve halfway down here that needs to be removed as well. Thank you, Julian. I think it's after the 5th one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. I'll keep the valve on it. Why not? And yeah, just open it up. Thanks, Julian. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Alright, we'll let it build to, I don't know, just half, and then we'll release the valve. Cool. Let's start doing it for the next one's over. Forget these. They're fine. Now the first rows are going to take care of these ones, so we can just drain everything, I think. I don't understand the point of valves in this game. It encourages direction. Flow direction. I mean, pumps do as well, but pumps need power. Valves don't need power, and valves set the direction of a pipe. Why are we cutting the thing at 15? I think it's, yeah, 15. Just because it's based on what we make. I want to, so I know what you mean. It's like, why not run them all? I'm going to be cutting off the ones on the end in the future, but I want them all to run at their max power shard value. For now, some of this needs to overflow. So I can't remember the exact numbers, but long story short, when we combine all the rocket fuel together, we could probably run like 100 generators, let's say 104. So I want to run just 100 at 250%, and the remaining 4, that'll just go into packagers. Like any decimal point extra will go into packagers. So I don't have the aluminum flasks set up yet, fluid tanks set up yet. So until they're set up, it's going to make sure that we're using all the liquid, all the rocket fuel in the current like minimum amount of generators. That's why. Hopefully that kind of makes sense. You could run the other 2, but it's like, well, I'd rather just set as few as possible, which means it's 15 out of 17. John as well, thank you so much for the channel membership. Yeah, the valves, I'm sure, from a development standpoint, where to set the flow rate, but obviously most people know because their math is really weird. Nobody really does that, or you shouldn't do that. So instead, what they're used for is just setting direction and just encouraging things not to roll back on itself. I also don't think they harm anything just being there, so I like to use them sometimes. Oh yeah, the turbofuel. I was like, why is it not getting anything? I don't know how they're after getting backed up with compacted coal. That's weird. Check that later. Right, so we're gone. Now we follow this one along and do the same thing. So it has to go up here. This is going to come down to the halfway point, like there. Break that. Brake pipe it in. And then we'll add its pump. Alright, so that has its 50 meters of head lift. Alright, cool. So now turbofuel redirected back up to here. I'll start filling in just a moment, hopefully. That's done correctly. There we go. Plus the nitric acid. Compacted coal is now going to come back out, roll back down, rejoin onto the same belt line. Now, I just want to follow this belt because I'm perplexed. Why have you filled? The others didn't. Yeah, that was the belt release system. I don't want to reverse it now. I don't want compacted coal going anywhere, but it doesn't really matter if they stop. I'd rather nothing stops. But you guys are just all full, are you? Oh, the turbofuel is backed up here. 19%. Why though? Maybe I just wasn't using... I don't... Like, I know I disconnected it from the buffer, but still. It seemed to fill... Maybe it just filled really quickly. Quicker than I anticipated. Yeah, it seems to be just the ones on the end. Okay, I'll just drain them and let everything start running again. Alright, see how that gets on. Sorry, I'm doing very erratic movements. I should look around normally. That was actually the... Was that the right place? Yeah, it was. The belt work is a bit weird. Same thing's happening to these ones. That's okay, we'll wait until... Actually, yeah, you can now be drained also. It's the one on the end that hasn't been hooked up yet anywhere. No, I don't think we'll be getting power spikes. I don't think so. Are these not on? Oh yeah, I turned them off on purpose. They can come back on now. Alright, that actually explains part of the turbo fuel. Alright, so you're fully operational now down to the end, right? Yep. Right to the line. That's what we like to see. Then we turned that on when it got halfway. It's more than halfway now. Go! Alright, we'll just give that time. It'll get there. Could, once these first four are full, then just, like, knock a few off again. Just turn that off. Oh, they fill while they're off? I didn't even know that. Or I probably did, but forgot. Yeah, it just helps them get the other ones full faster, and they'll just turn these ones back on then later. So, unfortunately, now we have to run down the gamut of these and set their rates correctly again. Is this, is that 600? Yeah, we could just let it keep running from here. We don't need to set any valve on that one. Right, so, not copy, paste. Yeah, there we go. Alright, we're going to paste all down the left, then remove any turbo fuel we see as well. Go all the way down to the 15th one. Bit boring. Need some fans in here? Yeah, we could do them on the roof, actually. That'd be kind of cool. Let me just, that here as well. Oh dear, this is taking way longer than I thought. I thought today we'd be getting done with the turbo thing in like 2 hours. We're on hour 3. It's probably going to take till hour 4 to be fully operational. How am I for power shards now? How am I out? Oh no, I've got 5 more. Okay, I was just wondering where did it run out. Okay, there. Yeah, I'm going to have to go slug hunting again just for the final row then. That's off. Turn this one off as well. Alright. So we should see this now steadily kind of, well, I say steadily. Hopefully building up over time as each line here gets full, and this one too, right? This is going to be going further and further and further down the line. That's the idea. With these first 4 off, we know that we're going to fill them all eventually. Ideally, as long as these 4 keep running. See no indication of the running short of anything, so that should be okay. So looking good. Nice. Everything Satisfactory takes longer than we think it's going to. Yeah, I guess so. Alright, let's go slug hunting. We've got rocket fuel as well to kind of bounce around. Maybe I'll go down to grassy field. Are we in grassy fields in the save? Oh yeah, we have been. It's just somewhere where there's not many enemies. Oh, I actually know where there's tons of these. We'll go up to the Spire Coast. Loads of them up there. Alright, now I can read it. So the valves are useful if the pipes circle back in on themselves. No, so pipes don't have a flow direction, just generally. So when you build a junction's not a splitter. The pipe will try to go to the left and to the right. But it might go to the... So, it's tough to explain. If you've got like a... I'll show you. Very quickly. Actually, the quickest way is paint. It's always paint. Got a pipeline going along this way. Which direction is it going? The game has no preferred direction. It doesn't matter. Well, let's say we've got an extractor here and here. Or even machines or whatever. But just say their extractor is pumping onto the net, onto this line. They could try to go left, and in fact this one will go left probably and right almost equally until it can't go any further, and then it'll try to go back around this way. But what can sometimes happen is this one's doing the same, and it could be pushing to the left, and if that's pushing to the left, then this one can't get out that way because it's got nowhere to go. Now if it keeps forcing and forcing and forcing, eventually normally it works itself out, but sometimes not. So if you just set a little valve here, you guarantee that the one that was trying to go that way will go this way instead, or you know, won't go that way basically. That's the reason that you'd use them. It's not really their intended use. I think their intended use was to set limits, but this, you will find sloshing on pipes where liquid's going back and forth. But if you put a valve on, you're guaranteed to at least go one direction. Your teacher is at work. Miss Jinx? He needs to be fed, actually. It's fuck. Down. But I'll feed him. I give him his Rumacan. Or unless you want to do it. He needs his Rumacan and a gabapentin. It's already one of them's already a half in the bottle, so. Anyway, hope that kind of helps. I know it's not the perfect example or explaining it totally well, but trust me, just trust me when I tell you, liquid sometimes goes the wrong way when it kind of shouldn't. But it does. So using valves can help mitigate that. Sloop above. I'm always going to see your messages a bit too late, but yeah, this is why I came here. I want to get all these ones. These are like the easy ones, and there's some in the lake down there that are really easy to get. But yeah, if I missed one back there, sorry. Or unless you meant these ones. This is where I was headed. Whoop. Each one of these is 10, basically. That does help, thanks. No worries. Another complicated thing is you want to avoid placing them too frequently. For reasons, again, that I won't mention. So, you don't have to place them after every water extractor that joins onto a pipeline. But place them after, like, the last one, and it'll help. Oh, he hopped down. Hey, probably it was asked and answered already. When's the next video? Probably the weekend. I don't have an exact day yet. The one after the next one will be faster as well, though. Basically, the things that take long is when I'm planning out a new factory, and that can just take a while sometimes. But then it's like 2 or 3 videos fairly quickly after that, because it's like building that factory. But then there's a bit of a break again when I'm trying to figure out the next one. Let's see. Got one right there. Very far away. Missed that one. Alright, let's just get that one then real quick. You edit vids yourself? Yeah, yeah. I'm not a big YouTuber. I don't have the money to have an editor or anything like that. Plus my edits would be really my editor would be really involved. It's like 10 hours of footage. I get offers from editors all the time where it's like, oh, I'll edit your videos, and then I tell them, it's like, oh, just so you know, like, this would be 10 hours of footage, it would take like a full day to edit. You need to get 10 hours down to 1, or whatever. And they're like, oh, I don't do that. It's like, okay, then yes, I'll see you later. Like, why would I pay someone just to do a basic minimal edit? Like, you'd have to... They're like, oh, like, I put like slates on the beginning and the end and stuff like that. It's like, okay. But yeah, basically the problem is that the time it takes to edit is, I don't have the money to pay someone that much time. You need to get Rosie to edit, I know. Miss No Job over there. You have an interview? Good luck. Miss No Job, sorry. Hey, they say good luck. Factory can rise until you start taking damage. Yeah, Rosie did do some edits for me before, and she worked as a community manager for a while where she did some edits, but like, yeah, I wouldn't, you know, really ask her to edit this stuff for me. Plus, I kind of just want to edit it myself. I would need someone who watches my content a lot and really knows it to be like, yeah, I can edit it, and to show me what they can do. Kind of, it's like, I would give them like, you know, all the footage and be like, okay, like, make my video then. Make a video similar to how I would do it. Doesn't have to be the same, but, you know, similar. And then if they did what I like, then I'd totally be happy to go with that. That'd be amazing. That's quite difficult to find someone who's willing to be able to do that. If I was a bit bigger, though, I think I could probably offer up the money to do that kind of thing. I'm like in that middle, just in that awkward middle patch where it's like I kind of need one, but I just don't quite have the funds to be able to do it. Don't do the big one. No! So many out here. Right, we'll just do a couple more. We don't need much more than what we've got, actually. But look at them all. Rex should edit? Yeah. Maybe in another year, AI will just be able to do it for me. I retired in January. It does have the time to watch what Darren plays. Rust content's like that too. 60 hours of gameplay into 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, it's all based on video style though, isn't it? I could just do it where there is no edit. It'd be really boring. But to compete with other people that have good content out there, I mean, no, I'm not saying that this isn't good content, but you know, a lot of people are out there to just upload what they do. Like a live stream. And that's their videos. And they cut them into 6 parts and that's it. And, you know, good luck to them. But a lot of them won't reach the height that you do when you like put in the work to do like edits and save people time and try to make it interesting and things like that. And then people with really big personalities as well can maybe get away with less edits to some degree. It's all about style, like how you do it. Because if you're entertaining enough on your own, like I remember watching Sips. I used to watch him anyway, but he played Satisfactory recently. It's like, yeah, I'll watch him play the whole thing because he's really funny and he riffs with his chat really well. You know, I'm like a piece of wet cardboard, so I have to like, you know, dress it up with fancy editing. That's my strength. But it does mean that videos take really long. Alright, I think that's probably enough. We can get out of here now. Uh-oh. In a few years, you won't need to play the game with AI. Met the cats, right? No jobs. Yeah, Rosie has been between jobs for, I don't know, about 9 months now. She's looking though. She's trying to pivot career, so it's difficult. You're basically starting older, you know, looking for entry-level jobs, and it's difficult to land stuff that way. And she hasn't been looking the entire time. She's kind of taken a break for a while in the first few months, and the last few months she's been trying to find stuff. And she does help me. She helps me with other things, but like anything admin related, effectively, like emails, budget stuff, sponsorships, anything like that. She does my credits every month, like all those kind of things. You miss some hard drives? Ah, I don't care, it's fine. Yeah, rocket fuel was great to get that before going slug hunting. Actually, it worked out. You know you can delete that, right? Took me a year to recover from burnout retail, trying to figure out what to do next. Yeah, so she worked as a community manager for Prehistoric Kingdom for a while. She really liked that job. She's doing, I say community manager, but she's like making videos for their YouTube channel, running social media. She's kind of like an all-in-one, like marketing for a little game. Then she went to go work at Tiny Build. And I won't speak for her, but she got burnt out of that. And just decided, like, didn't really want to work in games, really. She'd much rather work in, like, TV and movies in the same field if she could, or in animal care. She's trying to pursue animal care at the moment. She's finding it very difficult to... It's like places need someone who has experience. And to get experience, you need the work. But she can't... She's finding it difficult to find entry-level stuff. And even to be a receptionist or whatever at a vet would be like great. She'd be happy doing that. She just wants to be in proximity or close to like working with animals. And then hopefully like take courses and learn if she can to like maybe do a bit more than that. But yeah, that's what she wants to do at the moment. So I like fully supported her. It's like, yeah, if you're not she was really unhappy. So it's like, yeah, if you're not happy, it's like take a break. We're good. And she did. And like, worked on a few things, and then she's like now ready to kind of get back into like the job market, the last few months anyway, but it's really difficult. Or at least it is when you're trying to just completely do a 180 to what you were doing before, to just do something completely different. So we'll see how it goes. That's why I'm really eager to actually move, because oh my god, my production line's finally ahead of consumption for the first time ever. We can run all the factories. I did it, Mom. She is volunteering. She volunteers on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the mornings. 7:30. She drives an hour to go out to a place that had volunteering capabilities or whatever, vacancies. And she has an interview. She's had so she's volunteering at a place called Cats Protection. And she applied at one before and they just didn't get it. Like didn't just immediately like heard back saying no. And then she applied to a Medivet for a receptionist job, and she just immediately said no as well. It's like not even like within a day. So it's like, oh, okay. There's not enough experience. So it's like, damn. But keep volunteering. Maybe that'll help. Did I set these ones? Oh, yeah, I did, right? Yeah, it's just the next row now. Well, I'll do a recap of what we're doing as well in just a sec. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I haven't made the flippin' things yet.
I would have done it differently.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't make the power shot. Do that now. There's 100 power shards here, so that'll be nice. Anyways, volunteers are getting experienced. Yeah, it depends on what you're doing, volunteers. So at the moment she's doing, like, she volunteers at a cat's protection where she, like, I guess administers medicine, cleans out their pens, and plays with them or something, plays with the cats. And you sort of follow protocol. It's like you have to take logs of certain things and what they do and how they act and how they're interacting, like, with their food and their temperament and stuff. There's a little bit more involved, but yeah, that's basically it, I think, so far. She really likes it, though. She's like, oh man, if you could do this and get paid, it'd be great. Yeah, I guess it makes sense to, you know, like, if other people have that stuff and that's the competitive market, it's like, that's it, you know. And I think, you know, I don't like talking about this too much, so we'll move on, just because it's up to her to speak about it, really. But yeah, I mean, she knew this going into it. It's like, okay, like I was telling her, it's like, you don't have any experience, it's gonna be really tough to land something. It was tough enough when she was trying to get into games and she got that, because she hadn't experience in that either. But through, you know, kind of my help, got her sort of on the right track for the first job. But as soon as she was in, it was like, boom, great. She knows how to do all that stuff. And she learned Photoshop and video editing, and, like, I taught her a few things, and then she was teaching me stuff after a few months, you know. But yeah, it's just such a shame you can't have an easier way, like some sort of apprenticeship or something to get in. It'd be great. Alright, just 2 more to go. Yeah, she was looking at something to do with certifications. I don't know. I'd have to talk to her about it. She's trying, though. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter if she has anything or not, as long as she's working towards something. Alright. Charted. I didn't empty the turbo fuel out of the other ones yet either. That's another thing I gotta do. I can see why I didn't give them power shards in the first place, and I built so many. I guess before you were able to duplicate what you got out of them, I just obviously had very few. Alright, there we go. So now we gotta drain them of turbo fuel. So I'll go back to the lanes that's still... Yeah, these are rocket fuel, right? Good. These need to be emptied. Unfortunately, we just have to do it manually. Now they also need to have their valve unlocked. Does that empty the no, it doesn't. Oh, it does. Look at that. It actually does it itself. Does it itself. Nice. Okay, I'll just leave it then. I think just because the valve wasn't set, the pipes weren't registering as rocket fuel, right? So now they will be. And hopefully it knows that less than, you know, 1 decimal point of fuel in there will wipe itself. That's great. So we were just complaining about that earlier. We'll just leave it. Hope, see if it works. See if it goes all the way down. So this line still needs to be fed. But that's the final one then. Full network drain. It's got to be new. Yeah, I don't know when that was added. It's great though. Right to you. Okay, so you guys need your turbo fuel. You'll be the last group to get it. They don't have nitric acid. Well, it's not in here, but it is full? That's weird. Don't like the look of that. Why would that be the case? Surely that should be totally rammed full by now. Okay. Oh, we're out of iron plates. That truck doesn't arrive very often, but when it arrives, it'll have everything it needs. So we just have to wait for it. That's okay, though. Although, yeah. I wonder what time it's on right now. It's on a 1 hour timer. I'll just leave it. I'll trust the process. Problem with waiting at the source, though, rather than waiting here, is that it's not going to pick up actually what it needs, and that might be why it ran out. Because it waits there. It doesn't wait to pick up. It picks up and then waits. It should be the other way around. So maybe I should set the timer at that other station. That would probably make more sense. Normally what I do. That's why all the trucks are waiting at the... Anyway, it doesn't matter, but yeah. And you are not having a good time. Just because I came into the area, though. It wouldn't have been moving anyway. It's still waiting, you see. It's not actually driving. We'll just do that. That'll kick it into gear. Give me all of this. Let me give it to you. Whoop. Right, I'll set the... Oh, yeah, I actually need to set that, so... Set the same timer, but on the other place. It shouldn't have been set here. The other place will fix it. We'll say, pickup time, I don't know, 25 seconds. He'll figure it out. Sure. Do I ever destroy a factory completely other than starting the mess other than the starting mess that everyone makes? No, not very often. I did when I first played the game. I was like, yeah, I'm going to tear this down, but now I've realized that you don't really need to do that. You could just build in a different place. So now I might disable a factory, but I'll still just I won't knock it all down. There's no real need to. Go 2400 instead. So, to clarify the problem there, it's not actually really a problem, but it kind of is, because of the way I did it. There was an hour wait time. It takes like 3 hours for it to get a full load anyway, so I could have set it to a 3-hour wait time if I wanted, but I set it to a 1 hour. Problem is that when I first moved the truck, it didn't have the full amount it needed, so it dropped off less than it needed, and then it went to wait. So waiting that long when you didn't have a full batch meant that we were always going to just run out, and then we just have to wait for the next load. However, it was waiting over there without picking anything up. It was kind of like off sync, if that makes sense. Having it wait here means that that place will build it up. It'll go out every hour now, pick it up, or slightly. I've given it less than an hour anyway. And then it'll go pick it up. So yeah, anyway, for now it'll work, but it's probably worth mentioning that to people. Normally, I don't have trucks wait at the destination because multiple things might be dropping off at the same station. This is so low volume that's not going to happen here. So it would be fine waiting over there if it was already full, but it wasn't. I didn't wait for it to like get a full truck station's worth before setting up the route. So it might sound like added complexity. It's not. If I could have just waited and it would have eventually been fine. But just the way I initially set it up made it off time, basically. Just for the first round. But now nitric acid will come out again and it'll be okay. It might be worth letting it run short just for a minute. And then overfilling these. Because we're making exactly what we need, but we need to overfill them. So, my bad on letting it run dry. We'll just let the fluid buffer fill up, we'll release that, and then we're good from then on out. And it shouldn't take too long to fill. We make 111 per minute, so 3 to 4 minutes, and this will fill. In that time, certain things might start running a little dry, but we'll see. Turbo fuel will get backed up, so we're going to do a full flush and clean of this place in a couple of minutes. Oh my god, you're so big. You're becoming really big and strong. Want to get on your bed, do you? Ugh. You're so fat. Why not use a train? Nah, I don't want to. Trucks are good. I just set it up wrong. We're using a train for... The volume is low. Imagine using a train to move 40 iron plates per minute. I mean, it's just... That's insane. To me, anyway. But, you know, up here we're moving 6,900 bauxite per minute. So there's a big train doing it. My cat keeps meowing at 2 AM and I've accidentally reinforced it by giving him treats. Oh no, that's the worst. Yeah, don't give in. Can't give in. Got lots of rocket fuel still. What other types of ore could the devs introduce now anyway? All the base ones are already in the game. Silver. Silver is like a good conductor, I think. Maybe silver. I don't know what you'd use it for, but if they wanted to make a new ore, you could. They could just make up ore, right? I mean, they have Sam. They can make up anything they want. Underwater ore. So, like, if you built deposits underwater, you'd have different gases under there, or you could have... I don't know, silver again or something, I don't know. Rare earth minerals? Yeah, you'd have to define it though. Like, you can make diamond in the game. Diamond does exist in the game. Yeah, with lithium, maybe. Right, make batteries. Something like that. He has a full water bowl, so he just likes to be an alarm clock. Cats love the sink water. Our cats don't really drink much. We try to get them to drink more and more. We have a running fountain and a water bowl, and they often just drink out of the water bowl. So he's just had his medicine. So he's had a painkiller, 2 painkillers. So now he'll be knocked out for a while. Half dosage now, though. Got a bit of a headache. Don't really get headaches very often. Don't worry about the power, Kaylee. You're very worried about power all the time. You'll be fine. Power's fine. It'll all be good. Before I release those valves, I'll do a full flush of the turbo fuel as well, and then everything should run together again. Gotta wait for this to fill. We could have slooped these or something, actually, just to throw out a bit more. Sneak some of Rex's painkillers. Almost there. I'm hoping we get a new map with ship-based transport. I really doubt you'll get a new map anytime soon. First DLC, I don't know what, I mean, I have no idea what it could be, but I'd like to see them do underwater. The reason I say that is just because you have a lot of water on the map. You don't have to change the map. You don't have to make a new map. You just have to add to existing map and you add to existing space that's there already. And you can maybe make underwater caves or something to add additional areas. Like you could have a huge underwater part of the map that's like, oh, to get to this point you need to build this thing, and then you get like a submarine, you go down or something like that to it. Yeah, and that would be fairly involved and require a lot of work. You could do oxygen, right? So you need to make oxygen to be able to breathe underwater. And then underwater there's like unique deposits that can allow you to make stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Subnautica, basically. Alright, let's let this go again. The turbofuel is going to refill the pipes. It's already full in the machines. Now nitric acid's going to make its way up. Probably reset these one more time, actually, just really quickly. That's drained all of these. They're all going to run at 100% again. They'll all start reconsuming the compacted coal again. Could set the overflow on these actually just for temporarily. And they need to be powered on. That was a belt. We don't need the belt. Well, I guess it's not harm having it there, but we don't need that anymore. Really, all those awesome things could go away. Right, now the goal is to get everything running at 100% again. And did I hook everything? I didn't hook up the turbofuel at the end anyway, so let's do that next. Oh dear. Alright, down we go to the halfway mark. On the way. On the way. On the way. Alright, so once this is hooked up, that should start receiving its turbo fuel. Or its rocket fuel, sorry. That'll make its way down the line. Might let it just buffer up a little bit before it goes down that line. Power's falling back down a bit. That's okay. Leave these first ones paused for a while. How are we doing here? Buffer's still okay? That buffer's okay. So these are operating as normal then. That's okay. So these could be activated again. Although, actually, we haven't made it all the way down yet. Still. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why rocket feels like slow. And these ones are running short too. Why though? I don't get that. Because the buffer has a load in it. We're not consuming more than 300 per minute, so why can't it move? I don't get that. The gas isn't moving like at the max speed of the pipe. Moving at 111, like why? Why? There's 900 in here. It should be going out at 300 per minute, right? Like why not? I have updated it on this build. Yeah, this is it here. It's all updated now. Except for this bit. This is the nitric acid. Try Mark II pipes? I don't want to. I like the look of these pipes. It's just weird that it's at 100 out of 300 when there's 800 in here. Nearly 1,000. Those moons would be neat to go to. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there actually was a while ago you could see stuff on them. But I think they got rid of that. I think we're the moon, by the way, from what I remember. Yeah, I don't know. I think they actually got rid of it. You used to see like little black specks of like crashed ships and stuff. Can't focus on it, it's too far. Check the blender. But just forget anything else, right? There's a valve here making sure gas can't roll back up, which it could otherwise. There's 1,000 in here, and it's emptying out at 132, but filling at 250. But why? Like, why are you not... Does it try to get to half and then it empties more? Like, I don't understand. I've never noticed that before. I don't... With liquid, that wouldn't happen, but is this a gas thing? I mean, we've built a lot of gases in our time in this game, and I've just never seen that before. Filling faster than it's draining, but why? Same pipe in or out. What about this one? Same thing. It's less than half the rate that it's filling that's emptying. I've had it happen with liquids as well. It eventually caught up, but it took a few hours. Jeez. I've never seen that before. I could just get rid of the buffer. Then it would have to go there, right? Kind of tempted to do that, honestly. If the buffer's just slowing stuff down anyway. Let's just do it on one line, see what happens. Let's get rid of this. Do that for a second, just drop that there. Well, it's moving faster than it was before. Yeah, good. It should be like 277, really, when it's all like totally even. Obviously it was backed up for a bit, but it should settle at 277, hopefully, roughly around there. Right, yeah, goodbye buffers for now. Let me put a support in place. Maybe put the buffer to the side and not in line. Why would that change anything? According to the name of the planet, Massage 2 ABB, we are the second moon of the first planet around the second star in Massage. So I think we're a moon of a moon. Oh, right. Okay. I remember people were trying to work out the orbits and see like where we are or whatever, just relative to like the orbits, the way these move up and down around you. And then people figured out like it just doesn't make any sense. Like it couldn't be possible or something. They're trying to figure out the mass of the planet or something like that. And it's like, actually, I think the artist just kind of did it without really maybe considering that. But maybe they updated that, I don't know. That was just at the time when they first added to the sky. Alright. Now some of this will have to be partitioned off later, but for now it should be okay. Alright, they're starting to make stuff too. Okay, so now the goal is really just to get these all to run to 100%. To guarantee they fill with turbo fuel, it might be wise to stop one of the machines on the end and let the first two fill, and then the last one will just fill itself. So, hopefully the last bit of manual work I gotta do for a while. Yeah, so they're not gonna... Oh, I should really stop the ones that are full. Yeah, so that one's full, so you can stop, and then these other two will fill faster. Oh. Oh, okay. Did I lock that? No? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So somewhere here there should be a valve. Okay, cool. Alright, we'll see if they all get their power now. You're at 50 now. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay, you're at 50, so that's good. Once you get to 50, then the other one can turn back on, basically. Filling super fast. Great. Alright, nice. So you can go back on. You're probably good to go already. Yeah. Same for the last on this row. So they should be all full inventories now, so hopefully the flow and everything will be fine. As long as we don't run out of iron plates again. Right, so the goal now is to make sure that none of those ever stutter, that none of these ever stutter. They shouldn't, because there's overflow set up for them anyway right now. And that these should now all go all the way down the line. No more buffers, so this is the moment where we should be able to finally hit like the 60-odd thousand megawatts of power. So we've got 595 times 30 times 4. 71,400 is what we should be at least up to, plus the whatever else we have in the world. We should only see at the very end of the row the last 3 offline, but we're seeing 6 at the moment, so we'll just give it some time. Just check the first row. Oh, the first. Oh, we already did. Never mind. Cool. It's good to me. Generator logic is done. Overflow packaging can't be done until we get steady supply of tanks. We can send the tanks over here somewhere. There's actually now, without the buffers, there's actually room on the bottom floor to do packaging with each one. And then merge them all up together somewhere. Have them send them out on a drone port, perhaps. If you have a second if you have a second to go over the blender recycling the compacted coal back into the system, how'd you figure out the math for it? Yeah, sure. So unfortunately the math is really annoying, because normally these would all just be doing 10 per minute, right? So it'd be like 30 per minute. Well, the math was pretty easy for me because there's only 3 machines. I know this looks crazy, but 6 assemblers needed 133, or we're making 133.33 recurring compacted coal. That was going into 8.88888 refineries. That was here from the beginning. And this all stems from 200 fuel, right? So 200 fuel goes into 8.88 recurring refineries. That means they need 133 compacted coal. Straightforward. The blenders, in order to utilize that amount of turbo fuel that you get out of 8.88, 166.665, it goes into 2.77 recurring blenders. You get 277 out. That requires 27.77, or sorry, that doesn't require. It produces, as a byproduct, 27.77 recurring compacted coal. So that obviously loops around. So how did we work out what we need to do? Well, we go 133 minus 27.77, and then you're left with whatever the answer is. So it's 133.33 minus 27.77, 105.56, with probably 5s recurring or 6s recurring, one or the other. So that meant it's like, oh, 105.56. So divide that by how many assemblers we have, which is 6. That means each one should be doing 17.59. So we just look at the machine then, and we say 17.59. You type that in there and it gives you the speed. And that's it. And when building these, we just made sure to line this up. Like the output comes down and it just feeds onto the same line. We've also got priority merges along here. Not that you'd really need it, but I want the priority to be on the blenders always run. So if I'm merging onto a line of assemblers, you wouldn't want these coming out and blocking this, for instance. Now, if you have super fast belts, maybe this would never happen. But just as a guarantee, and to use something new, it's like, okay, cool, we can do priority mergers all the way down the center here. So the main priority is on the central line. These have low priority. So if anything gets backed up, it'll be them first. So yeah, so that's how we did it. Didn't want to use the diluted fuel recipe because I didn't want to redo the whole factory. This factory was mostly built already, so we were just adding on top of it. That's why. Yeah, it could be the case that the buffers with gas need to be more than half full and then they start to spill out correctly. I don't know. Still waiting on those ones on the end. As long as these are at 100% now. So let's just check. We'll do a turbo fuel check. You're at 100%. You're full up on everything. Good. Good. You're full either way. Excellent. Alright, so next thing to check then is these guys. Nitric acid full. This is full. Everything 100. These are at 100. That's at 100. No, nothing is stalling or getting stuck. All going the right direction. So, based on what they make, you know, just to double check my numbers here. 92.592. 92. It is 277 recurring, pretty much. So, good. And we know that we're consuming 9.92. 9.92 times... There's 30 generators. Ah! So maybe I've gone over. 297. Is this clocked correctly? Uh-oh. Maybe that's why they're not running at the end. Consuming more than we should. How did I do that wrong? I must have done my math wrong on that. Okay. 277.77 divided by... Again, I wanted to see what's the minimum like we could run. So that's 10.42. 4.167. Such an annoying number. 10.42. You would need 26.65 fuel generators to run this. Ugh. Such a weird math. Math ain't mathin'. Yeah, math time. Okay, it's better to do it divided by the amount of generators I have. So let's say, can we divide it between 15? No, you'd need more than you can burn on each one. This is the burn number, right? It's like, nope, that wouldn't be good enough. 20, then you get down to 13. The max we can burn is 10.42. So we need to get the number lower than that. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. 10.28. The 27 generators would do it. So we could say 28 generators. Running at 9.9203, whatever. Yeah. 28 generators, so 14 on each side. At the moment, we're doing 15 on each side. Okay, so 9.920357. So that divided by 10.42, which is the best speed that we could get. That'd be 95% of a generator running at 250%, right? 10.42 is the 250%. This is what I did last time, and I feel like obviously did it wrong, so let's see if I get it right this time. It's 95% times 250 means the clock speed should be 238.012. What is it now? What was it here? $238.012. So let me just copy that. It's so similar. It's just a little different. And I'll need one less. Well, I'm willing to try it. So let's do this on this row at least. And see if we can feed the whole row and sustain it completely. So I'll go all this way down the left. We'll just go to 14. If I've just been miscounting how many I have, actually. So I've actually, it's the same, it is correct. It is 14, but they're just being clocked slightly lower. 338.095. 26.6 R at 250. What have I done wrong then? Thought it was 28, not 30. Did I not type 28? Type 28. Am I doing this? Is this incorrect? So this number here is telling me, you know, just get some distance from the noise. So we're making 277 fuel. 277.77 rocket fuel. I want to get them in as few generators as possible. Okay, so the best burn rate is like 10.42. So that'll be 26.65 generators. So what we could do is say, let's run it at 28 generators. Yeah, so I'll say this number now, what would happen if I divided that into 28 generators? It'd be 9.92 is what we're aiming for the consumption rate to be. No, Avish. We'll do that later when I have the packagers set up. Then we're just going to run them at 250% each. Pretty much. And it'll be super simple. But I want to, you know, I want to get it right. 9.920357. 9.92. 9.92. This does look accurate now. What was it on the other side? It was still 9.92, but the numbers here are actually slightly different. Now I just don't know. And then Joe says 238095. 238095. That also keeps it at 9.92. Is this definitely right? Burn one for me, please. Yeah. It's a shame that we only get to 2 decimal points, because with Turbofuel, you need 4. So I don't know. I'll just do it this way, though, because that's less. So hopefully that's better. Rounding errors? It could be rounding errors. I've gone lower than my initial math. This, I can't see anything wrong with this math now. You know, really stopping, thinking, and looking at this one. So we need the last 3 on the ends to not have any fuel in them. But we need the whole thing to run. I'll just do it on this one lane, see if we can get one lane up and running fully. The last machines are almost full. Just pause this one and this one. Point is messing with us, but the whole point is to get it working correctly. You can't just block them all to 240% and be done with it. Then the blenders might get backed up, or the fuel generators will be doing this. We need to find a balance. There has to be a balance somewhere. Otherwise, the power is either going to be unreliable, or the power will stop completely because the blenders will stop. So you can't just go like, ah, just set it and leave it. It doesn't work that way. Unless we had some sort of overflow setup going into an awesome sink or something. But we don't. We don't have that. We don't have the aluminum canisters, tanks. Yeah, maybe the wiki will tell me the exact burn rate. Rocket fuel 4.1666. Why did they do that, man? Why would you add that number to the game at all? When you know that like there's like rounding errors anyway. Okay, so calculator time. This number times 2.5 gives us our 250%. So yeah, it's 10.416675. Not infinite. It's just to there, apparently. Okay. Work with that. Well, it shouldn't even really matter. We want the burn rate to be this. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's good. Okay, so that's our burn rate target, because we want to fill 28 machines. So now we can say, out of that number, the actual burn rate, that means they're burning at 95.2354. Percentage. That's a percentage of 250. That gives us 238.088381. That's our new target now. Slightly more, maybe accurate to the decimal. So it's higher than what I was setting. It's closer to the 9 that you had. Oops, copied the wrong one. Closer to the 9 that you had before, right? Yeah, like I said, when we get the packagers running, see the great thing with the packagers will be if the packagers are slightly off and they start a little bit, if you're really worried about it, it's not a big deal because all these turbo things, these will all just run at 250%, and then Avish will be happy with that. Because then it's just a case of, oh, your packager like ran a little short every now and then. Who cares? Because the amount of consumption on the other end of the packagers for like the drones won't be like an accurate number anyway. That's why I was like, yeah, we'll take all that decimal points and we'll spill them off onto a packager and we don't have to worry about it then. Which we will do. It's just a matter of sending over the aluminum flasks, but we can't get the aluminum flasks, tanks, until we get the power, which we do have just now. Now the power is up that I can run the aluminum factory and actually set up a dedicated like smelting situation. So this had to be running first for that to run, then that can run, and then supply the tanks for this place to get overflow, if that makes sense. So that's why we've done it in this order. Alright, so we just need the final 3 not to be on, which so far is correct. Let's give it some time. Gotta go to the bathroom. Keep an eye on that. Why is it all flashing yellow? Uh-oh. What's flashing yellow? These are green. Nothing's yellow. These are yellow because I paused them. I paused them to make sure the gas gets its way down. It fills everything first. And if gas starts piling up back here, we know that it's gotten too full. But it hasn't happened yet, so we're okay. Yeah, I've turned these off. So if we turn these off, we can get the gas further down the pipe, get 50 inventory in everything first, and then turn everything on. If you don't do that first, then these are always going to be pulling away, and the manifold will never reach the end. With gases and liquids, because you don't have a set belt speed, you have variable speed. You need to fill the inventory space first. I always just assume the real number is like a 32-bit float or something. See, this shows my ineptitude and not good programming knowledge. I was always under the assumption that a floating point number has like 60 decimal points or something crazy. Why does everyone always say like you only get 4 decimal points? How many decimal points? You only get 6 to 7 decimal digits. when you're using a 32-bit single precision float. Let me just ask AI something. I said when coding in C sharp, right? Baby coding in some ways, and I use float, how many decimal points can that number contain? What's the max value? It provides approximately 6 to 7 decimal points of precision. However, keep in mind that this isn't an exact count of decimal places, but rather a measure of significant figures. Regarding its range, the max value of a float in C sharp is 3.4028235 times 10 to the power of 38. And the smallest positive non-zero value is 1.5 times 10 to the minus 45. Due to the way floating point numbers work, operations may introduce slight inaccuracies. So for high precision, use double or decimal types. So I don't get any of that. I don't know what any of that means. This is like 10 to the power of 38. No, this game is in C, I'm assuming C++. But I'm just wondering, because I know my code best in C sharp. I know how to do C++, but I'm just wanting a basic answer first. Then I was going to ask in C++. No, we don't have a final release date yet, as far as I know. $60 decimals is a double. Yeah, I just didn't think. I thought. Tell me. Why can't it can't write that out? What is 10 to the power of 38? I'll probably kill the AI trying to figure this one out. Yeah, there you go. So this is why I don't understand. You've got all these numbers you can work with. 3.4028235. That times this. Am I wrong? That's what it says. The maximum value of a float. So why are we storing anything in the decimals at all? Why not just use like all the zeros you have here? I don't get. That's what I don't get. I don't know. I'm wrong, but I don't get it. You know, I don't understand. This is why when people say like, oh, 300 on a pipe works fine, but 600, wow, there's floating point errors there. But why? Why? I don't get it. Those two numbers are so not different, you know, in the range of whatever this is, quintillions. I don't understand. Computers store decimals weird, but my point is this. I mean, maybe it would just take too much memory. But what I would do is I would store the value, one value here and another value here. Yeah? And I would just fake it and call this a decimal in between. But I suppose at that point you're storing two floats. But it just doesn't seem to make sense to me to say like, why would you have a quintillion numbers that can fit on this side of a decimal and 6 on this side? It's like, I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me. And would it really kill the game a lot to use integers or something instead? Would it really be that bad? How much memory does a float take? 32 bits of memory. How much memory does a double, right? It's double that, isn't it? 64? Yeah. What's the big deal? I'm not obviously not a good coder. But when it comes to the math of your factory game, I would use a double. I know the game struggles to run for people. I get that. But it's just more RAM. I don't really see the big deal. Is the game cooked for RAM, really? I guess it can be if you build a lot. Minimum spec requirements. 8 gigs of RAM. Come on, man. You can't fit all your numbers into 8 gigabytes of RAM. This is 64 bits. Not kilobits, not megabits. Bits. But anyway, what do I know? I know there's a lot going on graphically that uses bits and everything, but still. Just sounds to be like... How could we not run that yet? I don't understand. I don't know. I'm sure I should talk to Greg about it. Greg's also very concerned about like making sure the game runs good and everything. And that's different in Manor Lords. It's not a factory game. That makes a lot more sense for him. But I'd love to ask him like... See, with our game, it doesn't matter if we use floats. Because yeah, that makes sense to do that. Because you're not trying to save on like the accuracy of like storing XY value of a character walking around. It doesn't matter if they're slightly like to the 6th decimal place off. But in a factory game, it's like these rounding errors, they do matter. Anyway, what do I know? Nothing at all. Alright, this seems like it's starting to fill up, so let's turn these on. That's just why I never understood. I'd love to talk to someone who really knows this stuff and be like, okay, like explain to me the floating point error problem with pipes specifically. Like why 600 over 300? What's the difference? I would think if you've got an error rounding a number of 600, you would have the error at 300. I would just assume so. Because it sounds like to me your decimals are at the problem there, not the like main value. Like why is that a problem? But I don't know. It's obviously how they calculate it. Something's going on. Trying to cook your PC. Just trying to understand as well. It's like, are we that precious? Maybe it is. I guess if it was that easy, they'd just do it, right? And there's a reason they don't. Alright, so we've applied our new value. Making power. We're up to 67,000. Or, we should get more. Go higher. These other things stopped or backed up at all yet? Alright, well these numbers seem good so far. Obviously they need to run for a while, but let's just apply these settings now all the way down. Sorry that we have to do this so many times today. Well, I feel like in chat it might not be the easiest way to explain to me. I mean, like, it'd be great to sit down and talk to someone for like 10 minutes about it, you know? I mean, you could try it. If you think you could explain it, go for it, but... I'll never understand why the number 600 is different than the number 300 when it comes to storing memory. Because you could store 10 billion, and I just don't understand what changes with the decimal points. 600 is 101, sorry, 100, 101, 1000 in base 2. 300 is 100, 101100. Yeah, at that level now, we were talking like binary. Lost. I almost always get 598 or 599 from Mark II pipes. I hit 600, but then you'll see like a little hitch where it goes back down to like 570, and then it creeps up slowly. Three on the end, right? That's right. Three on the end, we activate. That line's getting cleaner. I like it. Yeah, the other ones still have turbofuel in them, or they just haven't graphically updated for me yet. What are we going from? We're going for 0695 to 0884. It's a slight power increase. Every little helps. Okay, somehow we've connected rocket fuel all the way down. Just empty that out. I don't want false numbers in my network. Out of here. Alright, just one more row after this, and then we're done. At least with power. And then we can go back to the aluminum plant and start building smelters and turn it on. Try to stabilize that thing. Make sure I hit all of those. Yep. Got one row to go. Burn the byproduct too. The byproduct recycles back around into the beginning, so we don't have to do that. I'm better in hex, but hex and binary conversion is easy. 25 divided by 6 is 4.16 recurring, so they probably are using a fraction in the code. That just happens to be annoying as a decimal. To be fair, why, if they know they've got these problems, why would you ever as a designer say, yeah, we're going to make it burn at 41667? But there's probably some math formula they're using to determine that based on the energy or something, but I would just make rocket fuel burn at 4.2. Can we get a clean 4.2? Or something? I don't know. Does it have to be that? Like, doesn't this just create issues? If you know that you've got a floating point limit, maybe don't, like, but it is right to say 5 decimal places. I was of the understanding that it only ever does 4 in the game. Rooted them to mess with their heads? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like this is the same situation where it went all the way down. I'll just turn these on, set the rates all the way down, and we're done. Stay here for a minute and just make sure everything is running correctly, then bail. Say we did it, Mom. Power will still move a little bit because of the coal power plant. I could disconnect that, maybe. Or just go down and fix it. Maybe we'll do a poll on what people want to do next. Oh, shit. Oh. Alright, easy as that. Done. No problems. Anything backing up in these guys? Nope. Perfect. Okay, cool. This one. Also good. Making sure they have everything they need. I'm seeing 100 across the board. The real test would obviously be leaving it for a long time and seeing is everything still okay. Give that one extra cycle out. Okay, cool. Alright, green lights, green lights. Everyone's green, 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 green. Still lots of plates? Yeah, yeah. Great, I think I did it. So, what's our power now? So it's fluctuating a bit because there's a coal plant going on and off. A couple coal generators going on and off, but we're up to 72,500. We were at we were about here before, 22-ish. Around there. About 3 times the power. So it's pretty good. Pretty happy with that. Did not have to build any refineries or anything and just have it all relatively in place. Oof. Check nitric acid after the buffer? 100 per minute? Yeah, so it's got a flow filling at 118, draining at 108. The net's gonna go up and down, right? But basically, yeah. Just using it's non-existent. It's just a piece of pipe now at this point, that buffer. What I'd like to also do really is turn off the... I mean, the overflow shouldn't even be firing. If nothing's rolling into the overflow, then things are good. Things are good. It means our recycling little system. Oh, that's actually one thing I don't know if I've done on the final row. Did I set the rates of the final assemblers? 70% is what they need. 70.36. No, I didn't. Yeah, let's just lock those down. That's it then. That buffer doesn't have any problem. No, it's doing exactly as it should. Remember, we let it get quite full, and then I unlock the valve, and I expect it to drain, and it'll drain and settle at the exact rate that's coming out of the machine, and it has. So that's actually worked exactly as it should. It's just it's the gas that seems off to me. But I'd like to see nice full machines on the end. You probably should have just left the pipes completely fill up and then turn the machines on. Uh-oh, that's not good. Oh, it's okay. Wrong one. Yeah, probably. I don't think it would have changed much though. The problem I had was I clocked them wrong. But it does take longer to slowly roll it down. I was trying to just turn off the first four to save time having to click each one off. Because you can't just, in order for these to not fill, you have to like switch them off individually. That's a pain. Because they run on one power line, you know. One, unless I'm mistaken, but if you just hook them up to one power pole, they'll burn. And I think if you don't hook them up to a power pole, they don't receive, I think. Unless I could have just removed the power poles, that would have been okay. I'm still on 1.0 and still my rocket fuel doesn't do funny things like this. Like what? Oh, the gas thing, the buffer. Yeah, I've never seen that before. I don't know. I don't use gases that much, but we could test it even with something else or go to a different file, save file. It's not specific to rocket fuel. The question I have is, if we're filling a buffer, a gas buffer from one side with 300, and we're trying to pull out 300, if there's nothing in the buffer, what we were seeing happen is that it was filling. It wasn't just going straight through like it is with the liquid, as it should. It was instead like storing twice as much as it was letting out for no reason. Like the pipe on the other side wasn't like rammed or full or anything. Yeah, it's not overfilling. We've already looked at this here. These are good. Everything's good. I've checked everything now. It's all good. It's emptying perfect. But who knows? You know, maybe if there's a rounding error with all our very long decimal points, maybe something over time might break. But for now, I'm confident. Like this works. It runs. It's great. Did it in a very painful way, but it works. Yeah, it's filling as much as it's draining, pretty much. So that's accurate. This will just act like a pipe segment. We're consuming less coal than ever as well. The coal miners will probably get backed up, but... The update today was for 1.1. Shouldn't have updated 1.0, but on 1.1 they fixed an object memory leak thing. Every time you place down objects, the more you place, the slower your game ran. Then it crashed, so they fixed that. And there was a fix for the radar tower's radius not showing correctly. There was one other fix, but I don't remember what it was. This is good to see. It's still running. This means our recycling is working. Nice. I'm surprised that it is even doing that, because I didn't think we were providing it the bauxite. So we've completely filled our containers with tanks. Use those tanks to make excess rocket fuel once we get this production line set up correctly. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, Ren. It was the blueprint auto connect. Works now if you raise them over each other more. It works a little, not vertically in totality, but it detects things vertically a little bit better. You know when a machine starts, the machine first takes more than double the amount of the material first, and then starts. They applied that logic to buffers as well. I don't really know that. You're saying the machine doesn't start until it takes double the amount of what it needs. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Maybe it depends, but if you feed, I don't know, a constructor 1 alien protein, it will make it into 1 unit of biomass, or like 100 biomass, whatever it is. It doesn't need 2 to burn 1. I'm not sure what that's about. I know machines do stall, and they have a stall time. But I don't think it's literally waiting until it gets double the necessary thing. I think that's just a generic stall time. I could be wrong. No, not true at all. Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think if you run short of something, it stalls. And there's a stall time. And that might coincide with it filling twice as much as it needs in some instances. I could be wrong though. I just need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to fix my camera because it's gone all slow. Alright, and then we're going to vote on what we do next. Either building a huge amount of smelters in this place and starting to smelt some aluminum ingots, or we could start updating older factories, or we could upgrade the coal factory to run so that we have a clean power line. Alright, I'll be back in just one. Actually, let me run that poll, and then by the time I get back, you'll have the answer. Alright, there's a poll in the chat now. I'll be back in just a minute. Kind of a close vote. Alright, looks like Build Up Aluminum is winning. One thing I will do for, quote, powering on factories, I do want to just get this one running again. Because it'll give me components, but I'm not going to, like, upgrade their belts or anything. We'll just leave them doing what they were doing. Do that quickly, and then we'll get to building aluminum. We already know what needs to be done in terms of smelters. Blocks of smelters. $19 rocket fuel get me there and back? Yeah, probably. Close vote, not many voters actually though, only 48. Yeah, close vote, do everything. So far so good. If this line comes down by 500, we know something's gone wrong at the rocket fuel. Little phallic. Little too phallic. What's in those containers? Or concrete. Alright, here we are. Can reconnect this place. Looks are all like, yay, we're free! We're free! Talking about. Alright, good. I was worried they wouldn't get deleted. There's my rebar gun. There's some concrete as well, just for fun. Tell you what, let's just... Anywhere I can, I'm just going to attach these until these all drain. That wrong way around. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay, I can check my other concrete reserve over here. This one's still going. Alright, good. Well, we've increased the amount of concrete we pull from now, at least. Is there anything else I need to do down here before I go up? I don't think so. We're just building now. Going back to aluminum for a while. And that's going to involve basically just doing a huge amount of smelters. We'll build a blueprint designer up there, I guess. Start smelting a crazy amount of ingots. Yeah, that's... So, we'll make the... First task is to do the aluminum ingots. Then the idea would be to bring the copper to the aluminum factory. I think that's what I decided. Yeah, because you need far less copper. Although I'd have to bring, like, all the aluminum ingots. Or I could bring just one batch of... smaller batch of copper. The amount of copper you need is, like, 1 to the 10 parts or something. Like, 10 aluminums every 1 copper. So you might as well bring that up. And I'll do that via a train at some point. Train's gonna come out of the top of the factory. I guess come up and join this network. So we were making heavy. Oh yeah, fuse frames. Yeah, give me a few of those. Oh, casing, I mean. Just to make, I want to make more bauxite, so we have to increase the mining speed. So to do Mark 3 miners, right? It's we need fuse frames, I think. Yeah. Just get a few. Oh, we need supercomputers as well. Damn. I think I could just make them wherever I am, though. This requires manually grabbing things. Yeah, high-speed connectors. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that'd be fun. So maybe I'll just let this do its thing in the background and plug into another dimensional depot. It'll be a finite amount, but at least, I don't know, at least it's something. Alright, see you later. Good luck. The controls feel so weird with rocket fuel because you are more agile, I guess. I'm used to kind of being a little more floaty, but I can move a lot more in the air. You're running out of rocket fuel. Yeah, I know. I've got 12. It'll be alright. My God.
I have something for you. It will establish a better way for us to communicate and deepen our understanding of one another. I've done the necessary developments on my...
You don't have power augmenters? I've only got 8 summer sloops, so no. Don't need it anyway. 10%, you know, we'd get 7,000 megawatts at this point. Do we need that? Do we need to give 10 summer sloops to get 7,000 megawatts? I don't think so. Power augmenters are in a good later when you have a lot. Oh my God. Skipped Ada. Yeah, I don't care what she's saying to them. Just speak to me. Keep that on your own channel. Right, so, in order to get this correct now, delete that because that was inaccurate. Aluminum, pink forest, underclocked. So we're running it underclocked at the moment. The regular clocked version would require doing Mark 6 belts, so we can't do that yet. But we could do 780, so we have done that. We need 780 per carriage. Struggling to remember how that works how that all works out though. So for your nodes. Actually, that's fine. So underclocked, pure underclocked, we can't get 780. We can only... Oh, no, we can now. Oh, yeah. We can't get 1200, so 780 out of each, so times 4. 780 times 4. We can actually get 3120 out of this for now. Normal, everything is just halved, isn't it? Oh no. Yeah. 780 times 3. 2340. But they're normal nodes. Can you get 600 out of a normal node? 6, 12, 18. Oh yeah, I guess so. So we could just get that then. We can get 1800 out of that. That's fine. And we can get 300. So it's just the pure ones we can't tap. Right, got it, yeah. Getting confused. Right, 3120 plus 1800 plus 300. 5220. 6900 is what our target was. Can't do that right now. The underclocked version. So I just need to make sure that our miners are now upgraded. So these are all the miners that we're using. Or the, yeah, deposits. So that's why I wanted to make fused frames just there. I was running 3 calculators. I don't. They just keep popping up. Get rid of these. Alright, cool. So, you're Mark 2 out of your mind. 600 per minute. We can get you to be a 780. This is 480. Come on. There we go. Great. Let me switch to liquid biofuel now. Then I need to write down what's happening at each station because I frankly just don't remember and don't know, and it is important who gets what. Right, so you're getting divided by the first 4 carriages. That's okay. And then this one's coming from this direction. One's backed up. So you are a impure node, right? Normal. Okay. Oh my god. Right, I was basically just wondering if your coal power plant was fully up to date, but now that the factory is basically a rounding error in your power gen. It isn't upgraded yet. So when we went to go build... So first of all, we got Mark 5 belts. So I could apply the Mark 5 belts, and then they'd run at 600 per minute. They're currently running at 480 per minute each. However, the reason power is fluctuating at all is because when we were building the SAM factory, I siphoned off some of the water out of that factory instead of building another water extractor. So it's periodically running short on a couple generators. But we ran a vote. I said I could go fix that. The guy said no. Yes, so we don't have enough supercomputers. That little containers, just let that do its thing for a while as well. This will just be temporary. So we can upgrade some of these things. Oh shit. No AI limiters. Oh, there's like a billion in the copper Caterium factory. They're just not hooked up to the dimensional depot. This might be enough just to get us the miners that we need. Alright, well, at least let's do it. So how many will this be? Could be 100. Depends on plastic, I guess, more than anything. Alright, damn, if you only had automated those and put them in the depot. But make portable miners uploader. No. I was putting chicken in the smoker, so I missed the conversation. Oh, that's no worries, no worries. Sounds good though, chicken in the smoker. Tasty. I haven't had anything to eat all day. I had like a liquid drink or liquid food this morning. I don't do that very often, but I saw it in like Tesco, and it's called This Is Food. And it's like banana flavor. And I'm like, I like banana. And it is tasty enough. I was in a hurry, so that's why I just had that. Okay, let's go upgrade. $600 per minute. Now, I need to work out the math on this, because that's 600 per minute. That's going to be 300 per carriage. I think when I divided all this stuff, it was with the bigger numbers in mind, so it's probably okay. So that's just been divided twice, so 300 per minute. This has been divided 4 ways. Because it would be 1200 per minute, but it's not at the moment. This is where it gets kind of complicated. Now certain things are filling differently at different rates. I feel like I should actually run that at whatever speed, whatever this is being filled at, just to have every carriage even. It's actually kind of important that I do that. This is actually 780 divided by 4, 195. So that would have to run at whatever that is, 195 times 2. Or I could like reconfigure the whole thing, but I don't know if I want to do that. So instead of 300, we could just, or yeah, it was 300. We could make it 390, and then it would be even. Probably do that. So 390 is what this needs. It's a lot of bauxite you're just throwing away for a while until you get Mark 6 belts, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. I don't want to redo like the splitting and stuff. It's just a bit of a pain right now to do that. Because I have to do it for each one. 3 of these. They're done differently each. Alright, so that's at least sorted. So look, I should write that down though. So these are making what? What did I say it was? It's like 780 divided by 4. 195 is going into each carriage. 195. And this is stop number 1. Okay. Ride the rail until we get up to the next one. And what I want to do is empty these, because you can see like they are not evenly full. They need to be. Well, they don't. I guess it's not super important, but I'd like them to be. It'll certainly make like life a little easier if they are. I almost need the trains to all stop, be completely empty, and then all go fetch a fresh batch. I noticed elevators connected to a production machine in a blueprint do not attach connected to the machine once built in the blueprint. I've heard that, yeah. I haven't had that problem, but people have said, just because I haven't, I guess... I've heard that it's a problem with 1.1, but I haven't had the problem because I built all of these. Well, apparently my focus is completely broken. Well, I've broken the photo mode. Okay, so all of these were built using blueprints, and they all have lifts attached, and they all work fine. So I don't really know why I haven't had that bug yet, but other people have mentioned it to me. They were built in 1.1. So. I lost their glasses. Maybe I could say autofocus. I can manually set the focus, actually. It's just like the clicking to detect what's in front of me isn't working, I guess. Alright, anyway, I've missed the last 2 trains. We'll just take this one. Have to run up to the next one. I'll just build a train myself, I guess. Yeah, you're not the first person to mention it. It's definitely a thing. How do you come up with these designs? You just have to watch the stream, I guess. I do them all on streams. I don't even think I'm good at doing it. I make mistakes all the time. This design started very briefly. It started just because I was like, oh, let's grab all the bauxite in this area. And then it became a thing of like, wow, okay, if we were using the highest belt speed, you'd be getting 1200 per minute out of the pure nodes. There's 4 pure nodes. And then getting, you know, 600 out of the normals and 300 out of the impures. So then it became a question of like, well, okay, if we were to bring this all into a central place, could I use trucks? It's like, no, a truck would just 1200 per minute, like, would fill a truck station in literally 3 minutes. So it has to be a train. Or it has to be a lot of truck stations if you want to divide it all up. But even a train has an even less space on them per freight car. But then it became a thing of, okay, we need to break it up and divide it between 6. We settled on 6 for some reason. I can't remember why. We worked something out. So 6 carriages. I think it gave us 9 minutes to make the round trip. So it was like, okay, like, we'll make a load balancer to break everything down into that. And then it became like, okay, well, now we need 3 of these stations. There's one here, there's one in another corner, and one over there. All getting fed differently from their different nodes, because whatever's close by. Then it was all about laying them out. In some sort of orderly fashion. So, I don't know, it's just step by step, I guess, is the answer. How do we plan it? Like, step by step. Figuring out, like, starting with an ambitious goal of taking a lot in. And then clocking it down. Or dividing it up, I mean, between as many machines. It's like, how do we move that? It's like, well, we could do... I think it would have been like 10 belts. Or we could try to, like, utilize trains for fun, you know? Even though belts probably would have been easier. But it became a logistical nightmare to figure that out in some ways. Damn, man, I only made... I wonder what I ran low on for fused frames. Because it's definitely loads of gas. Maybe it was the heavy modular frames. Yeah. I need to run back to that copper factory just to hook up heavy modular frames to an awesome sink. Or to a dimensional depot. Then we can make more fuse frames, then I can upgrade these, keep upgrading them. Gotta be done though. Need to run the place at a higher flip. I could have sworn I'd left more stuff than... I mean, I guess I did build a few already, but still. Maybe I'll pick up some casing while I'm here and just drop it in that container so we can keep making those out by the gas mine, the gas well. Yeah, they bullied me into making a train. We voted on it, actually, yeah. Look at the speed. Still running. That's great. Oh, I'm losing my mind. Why did I even come back here? Oh, I was going to pick up casing, yeah. Right. Jump back down to the nitrogen gas, drop off all this aluminum. That'll keep that machine running for quite a while, as long as we can provide it with heavy modular frames, which I think we can. And then we'll have fuse frames to definitely be able to upgrade all of these. I got like 20 doggos and still haven't had any... Oh, really? Oh, that's unlucky. Just got phase 5 and have half of tier 9 unlocked. Fuse frames is one of the most difficult things, I think, altogether. Is it, at least in any good volume. Because of the need for heavy modular frames. Alright, we'll rocket ourselves down. Oh, I forgot to... I'm so terrible at that. The heavy modular frames are just made over there, where I'm aiming for, but we'll meet the little gas extraction well before it. Drop this stuff off. Dude, that was like Battlefield almost. Still had heavy modular frames. Still, just to keep it going though, I think it'd be worth. So at least tossing the ones I have in, and I'll go get the others, the other factory. It's still odd to think fuse frames need a blender and not a manufacturer. Yeah, it's weird. It's like, how does that get blended? I guess a manufacturer doesn't have like a gas input, so they just put it in the next machine. That would make sense. Oh, I didn't attach a belt? Sorry, I'll go back then. We have to go back that way anyway in a second, so I'll just check the heavy modular frames here. So the ones that are being backed up are just going into an awesome sink. All going to waste. What am I missing now? AI limiters, Jesus. Go upstairs. I'm not going to do it. There's too many. Actually, I need to do that too. God damn, it's always like a thing. It's always something to do. So at the end of this factory is the copper Caterium factory. In there, I'm making like hundreds per minute of AI limiters, but it's not hooked up to a dimensional depot. So I'll just quickly go do that. It's nice seeing everything mostly moving again. I have to go back to an iron node at this rate. Yeah, I know, right? Right, cable, AI limiters should be over here, I think. There they are. Alright, good. Go. Let's get out of here. running short. What's your problem? Not enough quick wire coming in. It needs a faster belt speed, I think. Production paused. Oh, they're just paused. Okay, yeah. Oh, it's all back and running then, I guess. So this was built with 780 belts in mind. We don't have the... Yeah. So heavy modular frames is downstairs. I might just cut through the floor. I don't think there's a way down. I'll have to build elevators maybe in the future. Okay. Another job done. We modular frames rolling in the background. Let's go back and put that belt down that I forgot. And then we're back to the aluminum factory, all set up. Use frames in pocket. We can now switch back to rocket fuel and get up there quicker. How's everyone today? I'm actually in a really good mood. I've been joking like I'm frustrated, but I'm actually having a blast. Did have a bit of a headache earlier, but it's going away. Making pasta for dinner, nice. What's my dinner tonight? Microwave meal. It's like a Chinese chow mein thing. Bum 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 bottom. Getting everything up and online? Yeah, so that was... So we're doing the aluminum factory, but I needed to get fused frames being built so I can upgrade all the miners for aluminum. But then I ran short of it, so we just had to go back and hook up some dimensional depots, basically, and feed a semi-automatic machine making fused frames, basically, yeah. So that's done now. Now we're going to go back and load balance this area. So I've done the first one. We have 2 stops to go, and then we'll know exactly how much bauxite we're bringing in. We'll have the LOD issues with these things. Right, here we are then. 480 per minute.
All right.
Oh. Just to be sure, what's that? He almost got me. Can I float here, maybe? Still actually have power. I've got power near the rail. Nice. Very good. I'll get to that in a minute. We still have to actually set the thing. Oh no. I haven't forgotten. It's all good. Alright, so 780 is the best we can do. Give me the boost. Like I'm using rocket fuel. So that's doing 780, and we'll see where that's being broken into. Oh my god. Well, let me just do the other ones as well, and then we'll get back to it. They're all even, so if I can work one of them out, I'm sure it'll be easy then. Can't just leave it at 1200 and let it auto-regulate, but then the power will be like turning on and off for it. I don't like that. I like everything to run smoothly, 100%. Don't like to see this, right? Where it can't get out. That's how we know everything's working correctly. Otherwise, I mean, everything will work overall, but things will be just stopping and starting and stopping and starting. I'd rather it just like work and know it. Anyways, so Mark 3. Players in the way. Yeah, this is 780 again. They did do an update today, yeah. Just some small fixes, good fixes, but free fixes. One to blueprints connecting. They auto-connect a bit better now when it comes to trying to connect them vertically. And they fixed the memory leak, the crash memory leak thing, so that's good. This rocket fuel is too insane. Wish I just had hotkeys to switch between all the fuels and stuff. Alright. And then there was another one. I always forget whatever the third one is, even though I'm forgetting the third one all the time, but the thing I forget changes each time. It's like I forgot about the blueprint last time. Yeah, it's in the patch notes anyway, but the crash one's the big one, I guess. For me, anyway. The radar towers, yeah. The radar towers had a broken radius. That's been fixed. Thank you. Okay, so that's... So I think what's happening is there's some overflow that goes and joins each group. Because the one in the end was different. I had signs there, but I removed them. I should have kept them. Silly me to assume that I'd remember it. So maybe I will just rebalance this side because I'm not sure. It seems really messy this way. It'll be 780 plus 780 plus 600 divided by 3. Not gonna work. This number divided by 3. Divided by 6, actually, sorry. 360 going into each. I don't even know how to do that. We could try just to keep it the same as the other one. So that was 780 divided by 2. That'd be 390. 780 divided by 2 would be 390, and then this one would need to be 390. Oh no, it would need to be 720 or something. 780. Divided by 3 would be 260. Yeah, that would work actually. Okay. Plus I don't know why I did this. 200, right? Yeah, so they'll be doing 460 each. Okay, we'll balance them that way. Stop number 1 is doing 195. Stop number 2 is going to be doing 460. The reason that this matters is they all get added up. So it'll be now 460 plus 195. So we'll only need to fill the other station with whatever it takes to get us onto 780. And each one will be doing 780 then. Basically, when we get to the other station, it's only going to be filling each carriage at least at 125. That's all we'll have to do. So yeah, let me just fix that. Alright, do I have space? Yeah. So I'm just gonna get rid of this. Oh. Such a nightmare. Alright. Alright, great, start fresh. So, 780, this is 780, and that's 600. So this is just going to very simply split between the three. So, somewhere very early on, like here, fine. Now, they'll need to move forward and... Yeah, oh yeah, something's going to have to merge to each line, I guess. Might be a bit awkward. Let's just do the max belt speed anyway the whole way. Actually, well, 4 would be okay. I've got more material for that. Oh. Oh, they don't need to merge. They can go into the top slots. Yeah, yeah. Same thing here. 780 divided 3 ways. I can't believe it, man. Okay, and then this one needs to divide between all of them. So it needs to do a double divide. Hey, Rex. Oh. He's so sleepy. I guess we'll just go somewhere in the center. Alright, so that goes in here. Yeah. First divide in there. Damn. $600. This will be now 300. 300 goes in there, and then 150 or 100 goes into each one. Now, this needs to have another one built in front of it. Don't need a priority merger here. I use the auto-connect on conveyor lines, but no machines... Not machines, because when a lot of machines are near, they try to auto-connect to the wrong ones. Radar, smiley face. That was the blueprint, was it? Oh, sorry. I only saw that now. Was it really? Interesting. Right, so this goes this way, so that's the first split, and then... Great. Alright, evenly distributed. Alright, one more thing to do that to. But the next one will be even easier, because it's only... Well, I say easier. It needs to be 125 or higher, but yeah, 125 would be fine. Started Satisfactory a month ago after your vids. Best guide out there. Your energy and deep explanations keep me hooked. My energy, wow. I feel like I'm really not energetic. View drop, just algorithm noise. Keep doing you. Community's here, thanks. Thank you, Ismail. You can organize all you want. The spaghetti will always be there. In my undefined blueprint category. Oh, imagine sifting through that. Probably in there somewhere, though. I believe you. Back to pipes. Splitter, 3. We'll be back here with weapons. Alright, let's call outpost 2. That was outpost stop number 2, right? I don't think we have to do this for coal. I think I already made more of the coal than we needed, but I could be wrong. Let's stop 2. Alright, next one's just down there. Oof. Why don't you use the assembler recipe for portable miners? I just haven't set it up yet. I don't even know if I have it, the recipe. I probably do actually at this point. Right, so this is being balanced how? So it's coming in from the bottom here and there. So it's 3 inputs. 3 into 2. Alright, I'll just trace them. It's easier. That one I don't think has been opened, or has it? No. Don't say it. Don't be the guy. If you don't know what it is to say, then it's okay. It's just don't say it if you know what you're gonna say. Every time I make a portable miner, I'll say, don't say it. Every time I leave a hard drive site behind, don't say it. Don't say what I know you're all itching to say. Oh, you wanted me to fall for it? Or Alright, Mark 5 out of our mines for this one. Did I set the rate on that machine? No, right? Forgot. No, we only need 125. What are the different nodes here? You're impure, and normal. Well, instead of complicating it for myself, I could just grab what I need. It's 125 needs to go into each one. So I could grab the pure. What's 780 divided by 6? There you go. Pretty much done it for me, right? Can we get that down to... I'm not very good at math. There's definitely another way to do this, but I'm going to do it this way. Brute force. 6. We need it to be 125. That's how I do math. Alright, so we'll turn one of the pure nodes to 750, and then just split it 6 ways, and we can forget this. Well, we'll use this in future when we get the upgraded belts. I'll just disconnect those. This one's the pure node, right? I think? Off this one? Or, I can't remember. Forgot immediately. I'm pretty sure it's the one to the south, but just to be safe. What do you think about speedrunning Mark V and doing trains after it? I don't know what you mean. I have Mark V belts. Or are you asking for what you're doing? I'm not sure. I don't know what you mean. I guess ultimately. That's an interesting looking lift. Okay, making what we need. Now we just need to divide that one node up between the 6, and then we're good until we hit Mark 6 belts. And then when we hit Mark 6 belts, we have to load balance once again. Coming up there. A little close to everything. These all just full, yeah. Right. You need to divide 6 ways, so you go straight into a splitter here, I guess. And then another one here. Yeah. Another one down here. Yeah, whatever. Alright, cool. And then just have to reattach this. There we go. Alright, divided by 6, or between 6. Just get rid of some of these things as well. Nice. Alright. That's all the bauxite now evenly divided. So the idea for me now would be to empty all the stations and reset the trains so that they all go and pick up like the full load, and then they should be picking up what they need without anything backing up, and then everyone should be even. Everyone should have 780 per minute on their belts evenly. We'll flush all the water. Yeah. Alright, so I need the trains to come in one by one and stop them. Could, do that thing where they pull into, manually into the, what's it called? The train stop thing. On the buffer stop, that's it. Go pretty far actually, so maybe I should have turned earlier, but just for funsies when we do that, so we can not just unload them manually. It might look kind of cool, I guess. You can have sinks at the unloading stations? Yeah, well, I want to drain these. Having sinks here would be a dangerous move, though, generally speaking. It's not just to get it all running correctly, it's to get all the belts balanced. Oh, it's to get all the carriages empty at the same rate. The problem at the moment is the first one is emptier than all the others. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but I just want it to be the same, because that means then all our refineries will get them the same. The first carriage feeds one group of refineries, the second another, the third another, and it's like the first group of all carriages. So the first, second, and third carriages link together. Let's say it's group A, B, and C. The first carriage of A, B, and C link together. Second of A, B, and C link together. But the problem is that I ran this factory as a test, draining the first ones. And now what seems to be happening is the first ones keep running out. So I'm trying to get it so that they're all the same. I actually saw on Reddit just recently where someone was saying like, oh man, I really wish you could say like a train can leave when its first carriage is empty, or any carriage. It's either all or nothing. And that can be a little tricky, I think. Now I think the place probably run fine, but I just want to have no complications. So we're just gonna drain the trains. Holy crap, I'm trying to brake and it's doing nothing. Oh, I'm seemingly just not controlling this actually. There we go, that's probably why. I was like, man, I'm pressing brake and it's just not working. Perfect. My idea was just to literally take stuff out of here, put it in containers, and sink it. But I can't get rid of it otherwise. And then when all the trains are empty, I'll let them all go at the same time. Then everything will fill up together, I think. Yeah, it's like a train inspection. I mean, it's completely pointless putting them on the side like this, but I just wanted to do something with it. It'd be nicer if we had longer lanes. The coal ones should be okay. Alright, so I'm just going to spaghetti this. 2, 3, 4. I mean, really, I guess what I need to do is just empty the first, or fill the first carriage, thinking about it. That's all I really need to do. So just, you guys stop here. Let's not go crazy, I suppose. Let's let it do its thing. Then I'll just manually fill the first one. That would be the easiest thing, rather than draining all these things together. Alright, cool. Oh yeah, I forgot to try the hard drive thing. Oh well. Yeah, because these are running. I need them to... Oh, it is a pain. Okay, I will empty them all. It's crazy, but I have to do it. Alright, give me some awesome things. Try to do this quickly. At least with 780 belts to be quick enough. Just let them clip through each other a bit. Right, so I've grounded 2 trains, that's fine. We'll ground another one, but in order to drain the stations, they also need to be using all of their, they need to be reset, so I have to reset the pipes. Once that's done, though, and then we drain the bauxite, then we can set the trains on again, and it'll be a fresh start. This will freshly start all of the machines now. Alright, so we should see all the refineries firing. Only the first group's been running. That's why it's just pulling from the first stations. That's why we have a weird staggered thing going on. What are you gonna do? Sorry. That is what he is going to do, but he hasn't gotten his packager set up yet. Yeah, for the aluminum tanks, indeed. Oh, message retracted. I think that's why. Right, so let's empty this. So I need to just get rid of my inventory for a second. $3,100. They're draining at 780 per minute. They're only gonna take 4 minutes each. Not too bad. That one's not connected to anything. Good job. There's that one. Let's get 2 more of these going. Right. Great. Okay, 1 blank train. I've done so much weird manual stuff today. It seems so against the spirit of the game. Catch my chat in just 1 sec as well. Spend some time with you while I wait for these to drain out. Need to find that other one. Is that the other one? No, that's cool. Waiting on this one to come in. I don't know where it is. I don't need the points, but how am I supposed to delete? Oh, yeah. I forgot. You can delete entire things, can't you? I thought you had to do it 1 by 1, but someone just told me recently, it may have been you, that you can do this. Okay, yeah, I don't need the points, but that's a much quicker way of doing it. So I'll do that with the next train. I forgot. You hold control and drag the whole thing into the bin. Dude, I could do that for all of these. That'd be so much quicker as well. I just didn't know. Or I forgot. I was only told that recently, like a few days ago. I was like, really? Well, I never thought to do it for entire containers. Alright, great. That's perfect. So yeah, we'll just do this for each one. If this was a few weeks ago, the other alternative would have been literally clicking them all and deleting them that way. So this will be way better. Right, we can do it to these as well. Oh yes, so good. We'll refresh everything to the max. Thank you for the heads up. You don't use Dimensional Depot? I do. We've got Dimensional Depots pretty much on everything now. Almost on everything. This is a save file from update 8, so there wasn't any Dimensional Depots back then. And we only started playing it again just recently, this save file. Because I beat the game regularly in 1.0. And then we were like, oh, let's go back to an older save. But that meant, like, I'm going around the world removing containers and fixing things and, yeah, trying to build depots where we don't have them and get everything back up to, like, speed. That's part of the reason it is the way it is. These streams probably do a real disservice if you've never seen any of my other videos, because you probably think, like, to some degree, I mean, I'm not saying I'm great at the game or anything, but probably think like, wow, this guy must be new. Or why isn't he doing such obvious things? It's like, well, I'm in a save file that, you know, is very specific, has a lot of specific issues. If you want to see efficiency, check out my desert video series, or even the streams that we did before. They were okay. Right, so that's empty. Yeah, it certainly wasn't for the tickets from bauxite. That's for sure. That was just mistakes. All right, mistakes were made. But now they are resolved. Alright, looking good. Still waiting on... Yeah, the 3 trains are here now, right? I'll just back these up and put them back on their line properly. I honestly don't want to explain it again. Winter, I just explained it, so... It doesn't matter about why I'm deleting bauxite. I'm resetting a factory. That's the quick way of explaining it. Stay where you are. That one's ready to go, and the next one will be ready to go in a second as well. Now, we still have to drain these, and then I gotta pause water, and then we can let these go and get their bauxite for the first time. They'll all have the same amount then. Everything will be even. Train inspection, yeah, the annual train inspection. We're just inspecting our trains and checking the cargo. Alright, great. Right, so just gotta drain all of these last containers, and if there's any in... Yeah, these are all empty as well now, good. Full reset. Like turning on a factory for the first time, fresh. Okay, is that it? Just these ones left. That'll be it then. Next we pause the water, we drain the pipes, and then we tell the trains to go do their thing. We start all over again. This only had to be done because we didn't have the power to run the whole factory. I was running one group. They're tethered to all run together. So it caused a bit of a problem when we're trying to get all the others up and running. What would happen is the 5 other groups would run and then one would stall. Then one group would run, the 5 would stall, and it would keep doing that over and over. That's not going to happen now, though. Soon we can do the cosmetics for this place, too. Right. I think that's it. It'll take a few minutes because they still have a luminous solution and a bit of recycled water in the system, but they should empty out. Let the trains rip? Indeed. Let's let them go. Oh, one last thing actually needs to be done. Just remember, the whole reason we built this little thing was they need to be combined onto the same merger. So at the moment, they're merging onto one belt track. What that causes a problem is it means that whoever gets the most out first, it'll be 780 coming out of this station and not this one or this one. We need it to be even. So we were doing merger tests. It's quite actually kind of interesting, I thought, which is the other day we were like looking at what's better. Like if you've got 300 here, 350 here, and 780. Remember, they don't have the same amount in each station. They've got different amounts. We're trying to make sure they all evenly put their amount on the belt. And priority mergers don't do this because the rates are all different. It would drain one station and then choose to drain another. We can't say like just take a little bit. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But this way actually does work. You can just have 3 belts go onto one and it will evenly take from all, even if the speeds of the belts are all different and the amounts on them. It'll like basically balance it. So that's what we're gonna do. So instead of going in a line like this, we have to feed them all into one. That needs to be deleted. And it needs to join over to this. So I'll spare you a little bit and we'll just oh, actually I should have left that one there. That's the one that really needs to be there. The other two will merge into it then. Cannot be nudged. Why? Why can't I be nudged? What are you talking about? Can't be nudged. Right, it's got 2 inputs, so we just send the 2 inputs out from this now. Do this one first. Too long, yeah? Right, so that's what we gotta do for each one, the 6 of these, so just do that and then it's done. Oh, they're Mark 4, they need to be 5. Well, they need to be 5 on their way. Yeah, let's just make them 5. Five. That's 5. So I did the outputs. Yeah, the final output's 5. It's okay. We'll make them 5 the whole way. Actually, no. Sorry. They will be 4. Trying to remember. Well, the way we tested it was using one lower belt speed onto a higher belt speed. They'll all evenly distribute. That's what we tested. So I guess I'll just stick with that then. Okay. All right, let's do that. So just cut this, and this, and then just work it back from here. Unfortunately, just slightly too long. Can you just go straight in? Yeah, whatever. Okay, do that again. No, none of them are straight. I'm just wanting to get it done. I want to get the trains running. We'll do cosmetics and clean this stuff up later. Or in the future at some point, because there'll be stuff down here. I'm not sure exactly what, but we'll be walking around down here and be able to like walk up along this. That's the idea. And then there'll be little glass floors that show us the belts as well. So this will be redone. I'm being a little lazy because I'm getting pretty far into the stream here. I just want the trains to get running again. Alright, 3 down, 3 to go. You just leave the second merger and wrap the first belt around it. It's alright, I don't know. We're too far down the rabbit hole now. When you do the cosmetics, you can turn the vertical lift to align better. I don't know what you mean. You can turn the vertical... Oh, yeah. As you come down, aim them this way. Yeah, totally. Well, that's what they were... Like, originally they were... Yeah, facing down to go merge into each other. But then we had to do it out to the side on one long straight line. So, as you can see here, right? Initially, the idea for me was like, oh, cool, we're going to be able to feed right down from the top onto a vertical merger. But it doesn't work that way. Because it means you have to bring it out the bottom then. You can't just... You can't merge from the top down and then go out the side, which is what I want to do. That was a shame. But yeah, in future, I don't know how I'll do it. Ultimately 3. I would say I'd probably bring that one to here and that one to here and then just send this out the side and go down a long track. That's probably what I'd do. Make it kind of neat. I cleared the trees and stuff as well. I think the next streams are just going to be like... Well, we'll still do some... I think I'll be powering on factories and like cleaning up cosmetics. Probably just do that. There's a few things building up in the background like that now. And what I mean by powering on factories is, of course, you know, a lot of stuff is ready to go at 780. But it's not upgraded yet. So we want the aluminum plant to be running better. Then we'll get the more alclad. We can use that to deploy the Mark V belts in like the copper factory and stuff like that. It'll be nice and quick. Copper factory doesn't need anything built or clock speeds changed or anything, I don't think. I think it just literally needs new belts applied and then it'll just run better. Alright, so that's done. The only thing I haven't checked is if coal's going to run out, but if it does, it does. I don't mind, as long as bauxite stays even between everything. Okay, let's get these trains going again then. We'll start with number 1 first. Okay, off you go. Gonna wait for his buddy to go out. And Bauxite 3, Bauxite Outpost 1. That's not right. Well, this is import 3. Okay, so never mind. Keep that as bauxite 3. So outpost 1 needs to be called 3, does it? Or are you just going to the wrong place? I need to check the other trains. I don't remember how to do that. Edit timetable. There we go. Yeah, he's already pulling into this one, so you're definitely going to the wrong place. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, better. Okay, good. So you're picking up from that station. They do stop behind each other. I'm okay with that, though. That's fine. It was designed that way. The coal runs around behind them. Not gonna lie, I'm doing my playthrough and I'm using the same wall designs for my factories as they look slick AF. Couldn't you just delete the vertical conveyor after the merger? I don't know what you mean, I'm sorry. So does it not show up? It would just be at the top. What's going on with the top of my screen right now? Is there a phantom trains? Oh, it's just the one I'm on, is it? So, yeah. Yeah, I'm not too sure what you mean, Jordan. My point was, if you feed a vertical merger, or yeah, a vertical splitter or merger from the top, you can't send it out the side. It has to come out the bottom. You know what I mean? That was all I was saying. Sorry if I'm also not making sense. No, I don't need a bypass line for these guys. They're all doing the exact same rate, so then waiting behind each other it was factored into how I did it. It's fine. There is a bypass line. It's just it's on the other direction. Oh. Or not in the other direction. Sorry, it's on the coal things. They go around the coal stations. Like I could have done it. You don't need it. Generally speaking, beyond the first run, they won't really wait behind each other. They'll be sort of in sync moving around. They're all picking up the same amount. They all follow the same track. So after the first time they wait, they'll all be in sync moving around. That's the idea anyway. Or that's one of the ideas. But even if they had to wait, it doesn't matter. This guy will be stopping here. If you put a merger or splitter on a virtual, I'm guessing you mean vertical conveyor, you can delete the conveyor past the splitter or merger and the virtual conveyor will just end at it. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Let's say you got a lift, right? Let's call them what they are. They're called lifts in the games, right? So you have a lift going down. When you're building a splitter and you snap it onto a lift, the outputs on the sides close. So there's no outputs on the sides anymore. Yeah? Then, if you delete the rest of the lift, nothing changes. You still cannot use the sides. You have to send whatever's going down out the bottom. That's all I'm saying. That's my understanding. So, sticking it right underneath, there's no way to get them to line up to each other because you can't. On the same line. Otherwise, they have to go to the sides. If they could come out the side, it'd be great. You could feed from the top and send it out the side, but you can't, even if you delete the lift. Oh, no worries. Yeah, that's okay. All right, we're here then. So that's number 3. Number 2, for some reason, took longer to get out. This one's in. That's feeding in now. Great. All right, cool. So we need to turn on the water. Now that the bauxite's rolling. Actually, I should wait till the other one delivers as well. It's here. Great. Number 2 is here. Let's wait until it unloads. No, yeah, no problem. No problem. That's how I thought it worked at first. I was like, this is going to be great. Feed it from the top, send it out the side. But you can't. It's very limited in that way. Or at least it has specific uses. I'm glad it's there, but it's not as good as I thought it would be. Right, let's go. Let's turn these on now. Power is nice and super stable, unusually stable, seeing as coal is fluctuating a bit. Rocket fuel looks like it's good then. Been going for over an hour. Alright, so we've allowed water to turn on. It looks like these are already running. I don't even know how they've managed that. Well, fine by me. I just hope the water it's not all recycled water they're running on. I guess it wouldn't really be the worst thing. Well, let me check these ones. As long as you're not backing up, are you? No? Okay, that's okay then. Great. Well, the hope is that they all start running perfectly soon. I just don't know how this has happened where they've started before these ones. Don't really get that. Maybe there was more luminous solution left over or something? Maybe they never turned off. I don't know. No, I don't have to do this again when the update drops. No. Ah, the update, your save it will work with the update. But they have their bauxite, so they're ready to go. They just don't have their water yet. They will. Speed 780 per minute, man. Love it. One test we could do, just see if it is evenly distributing, is just check each container and see are they all at the same emptiness level. Yeah, that's really weird that they're running already, but I'm hoping it just doesn't affect anything. If it does, it just means resetting the pipes, but like, the water hasn't gotten there yet, so why are they all on? It must be the recycled water, but I thought that would have emptied out by now. So these are the bauxite, so it's like 2896. That's not moving. 3080. 26. They're relatively the same, which is good, because obviously they're staggered in terms of how they deliver things. Why is this line not moving then? Rex. These. Oh, they were waiting for water. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, we'll just give it a few minutes. Should be okay now, though. Now, ultimately, at the moment, they're just rolling into awesome sinks. This should allow all of them to run, and I'm hoping it means they all run forever. That'll be the idea. Didn't need any restarts or anything anymore. We've just increased the rate of which all of them are able to take in stuff. Actually, I don't know if I've clocked them that way yet. Thinking about it, I haven't. So now we're bringing in 780. So they're taking in 130 each. Oh, they are clocked that way. Cool. So now our 65% should be able to run no problem. Yeah, because before weren't providing them actually with enough bauxite, but now we are. And we've balanced it and reset it, so now it should eventually... The way this works, for those who haven't seen it, basically this layer... Oh, I've got it here for you. This layer is the refineries making alumina solution, and the solution then goes into the scrap refineries. The scrap refineries put out water that recycle back around into these ones. My concern was that it seems some of them are running on purely on the recycled water, but that should diminish over time, like it gets less and less and less, but it hadn't yet. Anyway, they're going to go into 18 smelters each, make 517.5 ingots. So yeah, the total scrap out is 1,035 per minute. Well, that's not right. That's an old number. So it's 234 times that. 234 times 3. 702. That's the number. We're making 702 scrap at the moment. There we go. 702. It has been updated actually. It's an old thing. All right, 702. So get rid of that. Yeah. All right. So and the goal is obviously to get it to 100%. How's Kitty doing? He's good. He's just sitting here in front of me, just chilling. He's licking himself. As these make things, the recycled water comes back around, and we'll slowly ramp them up to 100%. So it's going to leave this area for a few minutes. I'm going to wrap up the stream in a minute. We've been going just over 6 hours. Going to run back to the Turbofuel, aka Rocket Fuel Factory now. We could update that name. Check that that's doing its thing. Seems to be. Gonna change the music again. Alright. Yeah, and next week we'll be building all the smelters. I thought we'd do that today, but it took me so long to restart everything. And granted, I'm being a little, for lack of a better term, anal about it. Very particular about it. Just so that I can guarantee, like, there's no other issues. So it's like a full reset. Did I have to do all that? Maybe not. But I'm glad I did. This did take a little bit of time. It would have been the kind of thing I should have done maybe off screen. A minute. Rex, we'll be out of here in a sec. Getting restless. Rexless. You getting restless? Easy, guys. He knows you're there now. Yeah, I know, right? You can have belt counters. That's true, yeah. I feel like they don't really work very well, so I don't really use them. But they do kind of work on the scrap. We tried them before. I'll just check the efficiency number of the machine, to be honest. Till they make the belt counters work how I want, if ever. Alright, running at 100. Gas is not backing up. Or rocket fuel, I mean. Ooh, maybe slightly. And here. Running at 100, though. Yeah, nothing has stalled so far, but the fact that this is accumulating slightly, even if ever so slightly, means eventually that would probably have a problem. But it is still at 100 now. I'll just delete that for a sec. Let's check the other rows. See, is it happening everywhere? That one's okay. And that one's okay. They're all clocked the same, so it might just be one of the pipes was more full than the others. Yeah, all good. All right, great. All 100%. That's all that matters. Check some of the ones on the very end. You want me just to look at the valves to see the rate, is it? What I like to see. Totally full. Oh, excuse me. Nice. Done. Rocket fuel. 99.999 stable. It's a little question of why did that one have too much gas, but the other lines I'm pretty confident with that they're okay. Who knows, it could be one machine that didn't get its setting correct or something. These are looking good. This is a different, yeah, this is different than the desert series, yeah. Force it to empty the machine in that direction. But there are valves already in that direction. Oh, you mean after each machine? Oh, right, sorry, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I don't know. I've got a little like pet peeve about that, just because I'm like, I don't know if making like smaller segments all the time like hurts or helps pipes or anything. That's why I tend to just go with minimal amount of valves. But I see people do that and I assume it works. It didn't happen on every row, so that makes me go like, yeah, it's probably fine. It only happened here. So I'm inclined to leave it. Happy that's working though. Right, so let's just head back up. We'll do one last little checkup here. Probably won't be able to know for sure until next time. This feed. This is some of the coal that gets driven down to that factory, actually. Yeah, gotta make this place look cool. Got the framework, just needs to get rid of some of these trees and get some walls and stuff. Ought to be backing up from those machines where initially clocked slightly differently. Yeah, it could be something like that, because the first row was the row I was messing with a lot, and that was the first row, so hopefully it's as easy as that, you know? In good green lights across the board. Seeing a yellow light far down. I think it would still need a bit more time till we know. On green now. 93%. It's just waiting on getting its water. That's okay. That's totally good. The real problem would be if the black ones are running low. It's the white ones that will get there eventually. But the black ones, the second tier, if they run low, it means that their water's backed up. Not if it's not enough alumina, but if we see them flashing after a while, it's like, ooh, got a bigger problem on your hand. Yeah, this will just be a matter of time for those ones. Did I need to clock the water differently? I don't think so. No, I think I've already done that. 390 water on each line. Pretty sure. It looks right to me, you know, eyeballing it. It's gonna be removed now, can it? Very ominous music. 390, so that's doing 78. 312. Oh, maybe not then. Why would I do that? Oh, actually, sorry, it is 312. They need 312. Does it here? It becomes 390 when the recycling hits. Oh, that's correct then. Okay, go. Fine. Give it some time. It takes about 6 cycles. Or somewhere around there, I think, before you actually start hitting, you can even hit the 100% mark. Probably takes about 30 cycles to get it to stabilize. Jesus Christ. Stay that way. I suck at decorating factories. I feel like I do. Just put some walls and some lights in it, it'll take care of itself for the most part. I never had to use valves myself. Yeah, you shouldn't really have to. I mean, liquid will just go where there's room to go. But there's sometimes instances where it goes back in on stuff. Oh no. No. Alright, well anyway, that's going to have to be it for today. I'll be back next week. We're going to be building the rest of the aluminum, turning on the copper Caterium factory and some other factories too. This was a success. A bit painful, a bit arduous, a bit slow, perhaps. We now have 72,000 megawatts of power, so we were just skimming the orange line. We've got a lot of headroom now. This max consumption line tells me that we can turn on everything. Everything. But we'll be good for a while. And then build up some other 1 or 2 big factories before we need more power. So yeah, we're good to go. Quite a bit. I don't even, and I'd have to look, oh, we've dropped a crate. I'll have to look around the world and see like, what do we make here? There's no like overall document that says like everything I make everywhere. So I'd like to get a summary of everything. You know, to see like exactly what's been made. I have to go through all these like documents. See what Past Darn was thinking with some of these things. 130 motors per minute, apparently just going into containers, is it? Apparently so. Like, what were they for? I don't know. Turbofuel, we've just upgraded that now to rocket fuel. That's funny, I have talking points on that one. Current production, why choose these amount, what's needed? I don't remember writing that. That was the iron factory layout. Yeah. Alright, anyways, so yeah, that's gonna be it. So thank you guys very much for all the support. Sorry, I feel like I was very narrowly focused. I must admit, I've had a headache for like the second half of the stream. It's been very burdening. The dimensional storage? What about it? What did I not put it on yet? We've got, just one Mercer sphere. I feel like I have it on almost everything. Because we put it on heavy modular frames today, computers, air limiters. Got it on almost everything, right? We just made some manual supercomputers and fused frames. Heavy modular frames, that's automated now, fully. These two aren't. Oh, we've got 8. Nice. Yeah, there we go. So all the pinned ones are now like fully automated. So pretty good. Thanks, Darn. No worries. Yeah, always good. All right, that's gonna have to be it for me. I'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday again, continuing, and hopefully get the next video out over the weekend sometime. Either Saturday, hopefully Saturday, but probably Sunday. But we'll see. Maybe if get done a bit quicker. It's mostly planned. All right, that's gonna be it for me. Thanks very much for all the support and the questions about Rex and stuff. I was just looking over at him. Sorry, stuff like that. It's always nice that people are thinking of him. And have a great weekend. Hope everyone has a good weekend, good week, good gaming sessions, and I'll see you Wednesday, I guess. One thing that might be a little caveat is that I might be moving in the next week. It's probably the week after. But I'll let people know on Discord and social media if it changes. But hopefully not. All right, that's gonna be it. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great weekend. Goodbye. Not a house, it's an apartment. I'm actually moving to the apartment upstairs. I rent this one. We're trying to purchase that one. Been going on for a long time. But hopefully the exchange is happening in the next week or two. So either way, not renting anymore, which would be nice. All right. Ta-ta. Bye-bye.